Hey, I'm streaming even though my cat wants more attention. You guys are more important than the cat. All right. So, my stream is about making a game, and the game is called Omnia Reina. It's not playable yet. We're still in the very early stages of it, but it is in the same grain as really old 2D graphics games I really enjoyed playing when I was a kid. For example, Ultima 5. And I want to take that idea and kind of make it multiplayer and put in a lot of different things for people to do in the game. I'm building my game off of some web service tech that I built on stream since June. And oh, hey, they're playing with scissors. I've been working in C++ for many, many years, and when I started streaming on Twitch, I decided I would show how to make a web server from scratch, and we kind of did that in 70 streams or so. And after that, I decided I would take the stuff I wrote and try to make a game using those pieces. So, we're in stream 84. So, there's a link to the notebook there. And you've been waiting all morning. But thank you. So, my notebook is all public and readable. I have a plan every day. At least I try to make a plan every day. Today's plan maybe isn't that great, but stuff needs to get done. We need to get our hands dirty, so to speak. So what I intend to do today is fix a problem I saw in the Raft algorithms implementations are in the random number generator seeding. And there's a memory leak, so to speak, in WebSocket I want to plug. And then some improvements in the admin console. So auto connect would be nice. And also I need to really work on the diagnostic log a bit. It has an issue where it doesn't do line wrapping correctly. And I looked into a couple alternatives. I didn't really like any of them, so I'm going to try a third way today. And I also want to set up flexbox correctly so that the size of the log kind of adjusts to however big you make the windows. 4 p.m. where you are, really? Really? So, it's only 11 a.m. where I am. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, so I'll probably come up with more things as we go along. It's sort of, I think today is going to be sort of a handle things I've been avoiding to handle for the last 10 streams. So, yeah. I'll give a little rundown of the architecture so that there's some reference. So, the entire game system from 10,000 mile up view, looking down, would be that all of the players will be running the client side or the front end of the game in their browser. It's going to be written in JavaScript using React and some other things. And clients will connect into a cluster of servers. So you connect to one of many servers. Each server has a copy of the game state. The servers all talk to each other to achieve consensus. So they'll have the same game state, right? One of the servers is elected a leader. The leader is the one that makes the final decision on changes to the game. And in the way in the back, there's a smaller server called Orchestrator, and that just makes sure all the real game servers are up and running, and it does some other admin kind of stuff. So in the individual realm servers, at the very top is the gateway to the outside world. So that's 3 different copies of the web server, and there's a web gate to aggregate them, and coordinator, which we've been working on the last few streams, that figures out where all the other servers are. It uses the Raft consensus algorithm implemented here to achieve consensus across the cluster of servers. Hey there, Kinkomatics. So yeah, today is going to be mostly working on bugs that I've sort of put off working on for a while. But in future streams, we'll be getting into more of the meat of the server. So for example, Reconciler is going to be taking in requests to change the game from different sources and try to collate them together into something that follows all the game rules. And it's going to append to the journal, which is like a log, a sequence of changes to the game. And then through the coordinator's help using Raft, it will make sure that the journal is replicated across the entire cluster. And then a component called executor will be in charge of taking journal entries and applying them to the rest of the game state and to make snapshots and that kind of thing. Hey, Adam EJ. All right. So first I want to work on this problem seeding the Raft algorithm. I'll show you where it is. It's kind of dumb. I didn't notice this before. Server. We have an RNG here, and the way it gets seeded is I just use the current time from the OS in seconds. The problem is when I start the cluster, usually all the servers start within the same second, so they're all going to end up getting seeded with the same value. They're all going to start picking the same timeout values, which is not ideal. I think I just want to tweak this a little bit. Perhaps maybe we'll use a cryptographically strong random number generator to generate the seed. That would be the easiest thing. So let me think about this. It's not something I can really test, though. Unless I were to mock out the RNG somehow. I don't really feel like doing that. So I think I'm just going to go in here and hack in the fix and not bother with the tests. I do need to bring in the random. I have a library called random. Oh, I don't even have it in the workspace at all. Let me clone that guy. I remember right. It's git clone git at. Okay. I'm drawing a blank, so I'm going to cheat and look up XML. Okay. github.com Ramu8354 random.git. Really? What did I call it in the other project then? New window. I'm just going to go peek at my web server project from streams 1 through 70. It has a lot of the same components, but it's got some extra ones, including the random stuff. Okay, it's not there. Where is it? I know I had to use it. Did I put it in system abstractions, maybe? Ah, yeah. Okay, I put it in system abstractions. Okay, so cool. We're cool. We already have this. I don't need to clone anything. I don't need... Oh, let's close that guy. I don't need to add anything to the dependencies either, because we already had system abstractions. So we'll just pull in crypto random. IntelliSense, you're killing me. I suppose I could work on fixing that. There's a fix that I did in the other project. Yeah, let's do that. There's like a sort of a hack I did in the other project to fix IntelliSense for header files. It was an extra thing I added in the VCS code directory. Was it this? This thing, I think, is what I did. So, yeah, okay. I don't even have that file at all. Open, reveal, and explore. Yes. Copy that and place it here. Done. This all might be bad, but does it matter? I guess I could peek into the CMake to see what it really is using now. That would be CMake cache. And it'll have, I should have pinned the other file. It'll have some versions in there. 10 dot, here we go. 17.134. Okay, so it is the same version for that tool. Okay, I guess the version numbers are the same. Well, who'd have thunk? Okay. Compile commands. Oh, here we go. All right, so I think with this in place, I might have to reload. But yeah, I'm hoping this fixes IntelliSense. Where's the reload thing? I gotta just do reload, right? Reload. Okay. Now I'm hoping this fixes it. I should be able to say this. Crypt. Yay, look at that. It works. Little hack there. I think the key part of it, and I call it a hack too, is this thing. Because they're basically saying, look in every single subdirectory for header files. I'm okay with it though because it doesn't use this in the build system. It's only using this in the IntelliSense system. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay if it finds things that it might not be available to the real compiler. That's okay. The compiler will tell me. Okay, so that RNG thing, right? When we seed it, we'll temporarily make one of those crypto random things. Oh, thanks for the follow. Isaac FPS? Is that right? I just realized I don't have my window set up right to see that. Okay, there we go. Oh, and this isn't wide enough. There we go. We need all that screen. I actually have an ultra-wide monitor, so it's not as simple as just maximizing things. If I maximized it, look what happens. You guys can't see all the wonderful things happening on that right part of the window there. Okay, so crypto random. We only need this guy temporarily. So what am I going to call him? We'll call him Jim. Right? Because why not? And then we'll ask Jim for a seed, Generate. What does seed want? It wants an unsigned int, so let's make an unsigned int. And let's ask the real random number generator to populate that. Like that. Alright, and then we take that seed and just use it directly. Awesome. Task 1 done. Hopefully. What do I expect to see from this? I think what I expect to see is now a different server will be the leader every time. It was tending to be that that server 1 was always the initial leader, because I think all the timeouts were starting out to be the same. Okay, so here's the cluster. So restage and serve. Okay, server 1. Okay, maybe it's not working. Maybe I need to print out that. Okay, there's server 3 became leader that time. 3 that time. Okay, so it might be working. There's 2. It was just a coincidence that 1 became the leader twice in a row. But I need to really prove this to the... What do you say? Statistic to make it 3 standard deviations statistically valid, I'd have to run this probably a couple hundred times and measure how many times each server became leader initially. But I'm just going to do a crude sampling and just run it a dozen or so times and see that it's usually a different server is becoming leader. You accidentally made a file called -q. You don't know how to delete it? Well, you put it in quotes, right? Like rm-q, right? Oh, really? I don't know either. If on Windows though, it should actually think of it as a literal. I would have expected that if it was in quotes, it would have. What if you escape the minus? No. That's really weird. Playing with scissors. I would have sworn that if you quoted it, it wouldn't have considered it an option. Oh, I know what you can do. Try the double dash. There you go. Double dash is your friend. Double dash means everything that follows is not an option. So try that out. I don't even think you need the quotes anymore. Yeah. Double dash. Double, double, double dash. Okay, so Jim is in there giving us a new seed. Let's check that in. Why are the tab orders all weird? Okay, anyway. We're getting help from our friend Jim, the crypto random number generator. Server. Use a real RNG to seed the pseudo. I call it quote real because it could also be a pseudo random, but it's going to use a system facility like dev urandom or dev random, so that even if 3 servers simultaneously pick a number out of that, they should still get different numbers. I think we can look at it for those that didn't see me code that. Actually, I don't even remember if I coded it on stream. But so here's the Windows crypto random number generator. It uses bcrypt and it does bcrypt gen random. So it's the system-wide cryptographically strong random number generator. And then on Linux, I think, no, POSIX, because it applies to Mac also, we just open dev urandom. Urandom as in it's user mode, so you're guaranteed to get something, but it might not be truly random. It might be itself a pseudo-random number generator seeded from entropy sources in the OS, like timing and key presses and that kind of thing. Oh, cool, it worked. Yeah, I don't know when I learned that, but I hardly ever use it, and so it doesn't always come to mind, the double dash thing. Maybe it was when I was playing with FFmpeg. It could have been. There's some tools where it comes in handy because you might have things that are misinterpreted as options, but then dash dash is like done with options. Oh, new thing for the stream this time that you can't really see. Rather than putting my water glass way over there, I have it right in front of me, so encourage me to drink more often. Okay, so you guys are driving me to drink. I'm pretty sure FFmpeg also obeys. It's sort of like a Unix standard thing. Double dash means end of arguments. I could be wrong though. All right. Next. Okay, this one's a bit more complicated. So I changed WebSocket a bit ago, a couple streams, so that you don't have to register a callback, or what I call a delegate, in order to receive a message right away. You can the message can be received, and then a little bit later you can register your callback delegate, and then it'll be buffered for you. The problem is, if you never register a delegate, it'll buffer it basically until for the entire lifetime of the WebSocket. And if that WebSocket is receiving thousands of messages and you never asked to receive them, it'll just hold them in memory. It'll just consume more and more memory. So we kind of want to get rid of that. The stay hydrated bot reminds you to drink water. This seems kind of gimmicky to me, though. I really just need to take a sip every once in a while to get my voice going. So anyway, we're going to move over to WebSocket. It's going to be an API change. So my idea for fixing this is that we'll make one function call register all the delegates. And so we'll buffer until you make that one function call. But once you make that one function call, if messages come in and you didn't register a delegate with that one function call for that kind of message, it'll just toss it. So for those that don't know, for backend stuff and C++ components, I use test-driven development. So you'll see me go in here to the tests first, and I'll make a new unit test or use case to describe what I want. And generally, the test case won't work at first because the feature's not there. So I'll run it, it'll fail, and then I'll go into the actual code, implement the feature in order to make the test pass. So what do I want to say here? It might be hard to know if it worked through side effects. Yeah, I'd have to put a back door into WebSocket, and I really don't want to have to do that. I know what we can do. We can register for delegates, send in a message we didn't ask to receive, then register for delegates again, but then include the new type of message we want to receive and verify we don't get it. So second delegate registration doesn't. And that's the little overlay I put up when I have to talk to people behind me who are also in the same house. Also, if the dog barks, usually she'll bark when someone comes home. So if you ever see that, I had to mute the mic and block the camera because I'm talking to someone or there's loud noises. Second delegate registration does not about messages received with no delegate are not delivered after second delegate. So it's a long name. I apologize, Hideo, but what I'm trying to say here is that if there's no messages received with no delegate assigned to receive them are not delivered even after a second delegate registration. Maybe I should reword this. Doesn't even make sense when I read it. How about, we'll just say message dropped if no delegate registered to receive it. There we go. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Am I on TV? I'm on your TV? It's going okay. I have a cold, so I'm finding I have to, like, drink more water or else I start coughing. I think my kids gave it to me. It's like a persistent cough and yeah. I hope you guys are feeling well and don't have what I have. Not too bad, it's just very irritating. Okay, we'll pull in this receive text one. So here we're going to change this to like be registering all delegates. And then let me put this into arrange act assert mode here. This is something that I've been trying to get back into where I break my unit test up into 3 parts. First is arrange, and that's we set up the things we're going to test. Act is where we do the thing that we're actually testing, and assert is checking side effects. Hey there, Pawn. Cup with a lid? Well, the worst thing that'll happen is I can get it all over me and my keyboard, and I've spilled. I'm terrible with keyboards. It's all dirty and messy anyway. Okay. So we will not set the delegate until the act. Hold on, I got a text. I need to read it. Okay. Appointment change. All right, so let me think about this. Right. The act will be we send a message. Where's the send? Here. We'll send the message and then register it to receive it, but we won't get any. So expect true, or how about expect equal 0 texts dot size. And this is gone. This is gone. So we open the WebSocket. We will set it to receive nothing, so a null pointer, right, basically. I'm gonna have to change this in a minute anyway, because this really only makes sense if you have one set delegate call for all the kinds of delegates, and then you just leave them all null. So yeah, let's do that at the same time. This is actually going to break a lot of things. A lot of things. So do I change? I guess I will change them in the tests. Wherever the word delegate is mentioned, we have to go and change things. Well, not those delegates. That's in the, what's this? This one, mock connection? We're not going to touch that. And we're not going to change the diagnostic delegate either. But it's these guys. So we're going to change this to be WS set delegates. Or, yeah, set delegates is fine. Should have a coding tip of the day. You know what, I could do that, but I need to have like a queue. I need to have it filled to maybe 10. Because what I don't want to happen is to start having a coding tip of the day and then one day say, I'm sorry guys, but I don't have a coding tip of the day because my queue is empty. So, how about that sounds like a great idea. I'll start to do it once I have like accumulated maybe 10 or so, and then I have to add at least one a day to keep the queue full. Then we'll have coding tip of the day. Establish tip queue first. I guess we could recycle some of them. Like, not many people are going to watch every single stream, so I could have maybe 100 that I kind of recycle randomly through, right? Okay, so the idea here is we're going to set a bunch of them. And I think what I'll do is use a structure, because that's the easiest. So we'll have WebSockets, WebSocket delegates. And then instead of saying set Pong delegate, it'll just be delegates.pong equals. And then we can kind of pretty this up a little bit. So it's going to break in two places here. Shall I fix it? Yeah, I think I'll change the code now to make this one compile, and then I'll break the other tests, and then it'll be easier for me to see them. Oh, Pong? That sounds like pawn? Pong as in ping pong. All right. Yeah, so let's make this type. It's going to be a structure. I like to define my types up at the top of the class that owns them. Yeah, this seems like a good place. This holds all the functions provided by the user to call whenever interesting events occur. And then we'll put the Pong delegate here. Okay, looks like I already had... Yeah, I already have some types for that. Oh, I should define them in the proper order, shouldn't I? The individual delegate types, there's only 2 of them. Yeah, everything's a message except for close is kind of special because it has a code and a reason. So this is Pong. And then I'll just end up cannibalizing the comments from these methods, these individual methods. Like that. That's ping. That's Pong. and we'll just build them one at a time as I need them. So the test needs a set delegates. So that's going to replace all these individual set delegates. I'm thinking of making it an R value semantic, because I don't see why the caller would need to keep it around after sending it in. So that means that this would change to a standard move delegates. In order for me to do this, delegates R value reference. This method sets the functions to call whenever interesting things happen. So descriptive. This holds the individual functions to call. Any of the functions set to null pointer. Whoops, the wrapping doesn't work. Still, I will simply not be called. And they should also say any events that occurred before the first time this method is called will be delivered immediately. This was to overcome an issue where in I think it was the coordinator, one of the game server components, the WebGate would give it a WebSocket, and then the coordinator would register its delegates, but between those two, it was receiving a text message, and then that message then was getting lost. So I decided that if something comes in and we haven't set the delegate for it yet, we would put it in a buffer, and then when they set the delegate, then empty the buffer. So the problem is that we don't know if they will register it or not, and so if they never do, it just holds it indefinitely. But now what we can do is we can explicitly set them all at once, and if any individual one is null, it's a statement saying we never intend, we don't need that called. The alternative would be force everyone to call every single set call, which I think would be kind of silly, because if they have to call all of them, might as well just have one with a structure that holds them all. That's what I'm going with. I hope that makes sense. And actually, while I'm at it, I can just toss all these. Close, ping. Oh, wait a minute. No, I need their comments. We'll keep them for now. Why does my VS Code say community at the bottom? Yeah, so do I have a command for that? I don't know if I do. It's one of the extensions I have. So the second one, the CMake tools, which is this one, when you configure it, well, that just runs the reconfiguration. But when you the first time you run it, it'll ask you to select a kit, and it'll give you this menu, and it's basically saying what generator to run with CMake. And so I picked this one, and that's why it shows it down here. Actually, I guess I can click that and pick it does the same thing. So that's kit selection for CMake. So if I wanted to switch from Visual Studio to Clang, I could. And it'll just reconfigure CMake to make a build system that uses Clang. You know, if I had GCC, it would be the same. It's one of those cool things you get out of all of your hard work and learning CMake. CMake's a real B word. I don't like to curse. But it's really hard to learn, but once you do learn it, you get nifty things like being able to pick different compiler sets pretty easily. All right. Let's put it near its older sibling here. We'll keep it empty for now. Just like that, just to make things compile. Okay, I think I'm not getting the red squigglies because all these are still defined. I think what I'll just do is individually comment them out. I want to keep the comments around though, because I'm going to be moving them. We can get rid of Pong actually. That's already been moved. Oh, you knew some of the guys at Kitware. Do you still know them? If so, tell them I said, job well done. I fully adopted their tool. All right, so that will cost this. Yes, this is what I want to see. All these red squig. Yeah, you can see them. All these are like little indicators of where I need to do some work. So, and I'm not just going to rewrite it every time. I'm going to copy things. So, the set right, we just move this. This gets moved to there. And that becomes ping. That goes away. So I need to make ping. This one. Yeah, so CMake was developed by people who just needed a tool and that didn't really. There were like AutoMake and other things out there, but for some reason it didn't really fit what they wanted, and so they made a tool that fits exactly what they wanted, and a lot of people have found it to be really useful. It's one of those success stories where something was very reusable, and so its usefulness multiplied. That's what you kind of want to aim for when you're making open source software, is that it just doesn't solve your problem, it can solve other people's problems too. Oh, I have a Pong delegate in 2 places? Alright, that's easy. I'll just copy this whole thing and overwrite the other one. Like so. Actually, wherever we have set Pong delegate, I can do that, right? That's it. Alright. And what about, do we have any other set ping? No, we don't. So text delegate would be next. So there's no Pongs, it's text. This goes here. Correct indentation. And this, I guess, needs to go up here too. And that. Okay, so text is next. Does it really matter what order I put them in? I guess not. How am I handling the DevOps side of the game? I don't have a command for it, but I guess I'm kind of doing it now with the backend work that I'm doing. My idea was to try to fully tool and automate it from my end, so I don't need to go into any kind of cloud service at all. That except for the initial setup. So from a special admin console client, I want to be able to command both the cluster and even the orchestrator to do everything I need. So to bring up servers up, to take them down, change the configuration, upload new code, upload new assets. So everything is going to be through my WebSocket pipe. File transfers, reconfiguration, commands to start and stop. I kind of want to do that as much as possible. Things I might not be able to do, I'll probably have the client go to up to AWS or whatever cloud service I'm using as necessary. But I'm really into cross-platform things, and so cloud services are a kind of platform. So it would be nice if I could design a system that runs independently of whether it's on AWS or Google Cloud or whatever. And so that means as much as the DevOps as possible, I need to make myself, that the servers need to be what would be the right verb? Self-managing? They manage themselves? So yeah, unlike Adam, I'm hoping not to really invest too much in the tooling provided by any particular cloud service, if that makes sense. Should I make that into a DevOps command? That might be a good idea. Add DevOps command. I can just maybe even, if I take your comment, I'll get the timestamp for it, and then I can go back to my own VOD and take that audio recording and either use it directly or just transcribe it. Okay. Message, receive, delegate text. And of course, playing with scissors, that's only my plan until it fails and I learn better. Like everything in life. It probably won't work precisely how I think, and I'll have to adjust my strategy. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, you know, you're playing with Circle CI, right? That's cool. Yeah, I saw in Adam's Discord you had gotten it something to pass, and it looked like the Circle CI pass-fail thing that I'd seen Adam playing with. Okay, we'll do close in a bit. I just want to hit all the text delegates. A lot of these tests are testing close, aren't they? Here we go. Here's the text. Cool that all these are the same. In fact, you know what? I should probably just make this into a helper. Okay, here's something that's slightly different. We need to... We'll end up setting these simultaneously. So this stuff will be moved into here shortly. Yeah. Did you get Adam fails before your Adam pass? I'm sure you did. I'd be curious how many fails you got before you got a pass. And how does that compare to Adam? I bet your infrastructure is a lot simpler though. Oh, text is up there. I see. I was like, where's text? It's up there. It was already up there. Why did I do that? Okay, anyway. Close, and then one more. Oh, I just lost my clipboard. Get the clipboard back. And then paste again. Alright. Okay, see you playing with scissors. Have a good lunch. You are eating lunch. Yes, you are. Kind of a late lunch for you. Hey there, the tall pants. The thing is, if you weigh the risk of getting locked into cloud for a service, then jack up the price. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that, you know, it's the same general explanation about why I don't want to be locked into any operating system, which is why I like cross-platform stuff. Let's say, I don't know, on the Mac, let's say, they start to say, well, you have to start paying for like some subscription service to use the developer tools, right? I might say, well, okay, I'm not locked into the Mac, so I can easily move to Linux. Maybe the same reason. Also, same reason as the cloud service. Different APIs make it harder to support different clouds. So I'd rather, as much as I can, do stuff that's independent of the cloud services APIs. Yeah, it kind of feels like the same thing. This we will work on next, I guess. So it's binary. And then this moves to here. Outdent that and get rid of this, and we're done, right? Oh, except for we need to add that. Hey there, Hideo. It's going well. I haven't yet tested out the new stuff in Yada. I use Hideo's Twitch client called Yada, and it's actually pretty, like 99% has already had everything I needed. There's just like that 1% here and there, and I've been giving him feedback, and he's been really graciously accepting the feedback and adding stuff. So he recently added support in there for the charity cheer stuff, which was awesome. Today I am working on just random issues. So I fixed the seeding of my random number generator. I'm working on plugging a memory leak, so to speak, in WebSocket, and then after I get that done, I'll be going back to the front end and stumbling around in React some more. So yeah, so right now I'm fixing the memory leak. Is that individual delegates, I allowed them to be registered at any time, and since WebSocket didn't know if you would ever register, it would just always keep messages in a buffer, just in case you might want them later. So we're changing that API. So you register all in one shot, And once you've registered them all, if any of them you left null, it just tosses those messages. That will go here. Did I put the right thing in the clipboard? Yes, I did. Well, I actually assumed today it was kind of like my lurker program, that it's just a message that we've never seen and wasn't in their examples, and it's just it was a new message ID, right? Something new that they added. I don't know, have they done it before? And even so, like, they didn't have, I don't think they had an example in their API docs about it. Things like that, I've just had to capture them live in the wild while watching people's streams. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a new kind of user notice message. I need to add that, right? Okay. First event since he created it? Yeah, could be. I've never seen that kind of charity event through a user notice. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, now there's a promotion through Twitch where when you cheer, if you do hashtag charity, they take a certain percentage. I think it's 20 cents per. Other people would know more. Some percentage of the money that you cheered goes to direct relief, the charity. So, and when you do that, when you include hashtag charity in your cheer message, like a special message comes through the Twitch chat APIs, and at least Hideo's chat client and my library also weren't recognizing that message right away because we'd never seen, at least I haven't ever seen that message before. Yeah, it's not documented. Yes, 50% of the Twitch APIs are under-documented, and you sort of have to kind of see the message come out of Twitch, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'll add that. How's the progress going? You missed, so the last stream, I can show you what it looks like now. I added a little diagnostic log message. Okay, yeah, just got a text I was looking at. Do I have that running? I do. So now when I connect, oh, it won't connect because the cluster's down. Let's bring the cluster back up. Oh, thanks for the follow. Ooh, I have trouble with this name. Deep 1 C unknown. I probably butchered the name, sorry. They serve. So yeah, now when we connect to the server cluster, we get a log, and there's a problem with wrapping. So there are like 3 solutions I thought of. See, it's not wide enough, so it ends up wrapping it. So you can either go multi-line, which is probably what I'll do. You could do an overflow ellipsis, where it gets to the edge here and goes ... and you just won't be able to see the rest of the text unless you make the window wider. Or you can add a horizontal scroll bar. I was playing with that last night, and I ran into issues with it. So I'm going to go with the multi-line wrapping. So this should now become 2 lines instead of 1. I'm using React Virtualize to make this window. So if I make that shorter, not short enough. Oh no, it won't work because I don't have, that's the other thing on the list of today, is I wanted to use a flexbox to make, this is a fixed size right now. I wanted to sort of grow or shrink with the window. If I disconnect and connect enough times though, we'll build messages in the log, and we can see, yeah, there we go. Using React Virtualize, because if the log is like 1,000 lines long, I don't want it to be rendering 1,000 lines. I only want it to render the lines that are visible. Oh, it's epic. The epic unknown. Nice. Multi-line is more convenient? I guess so. I'm kind of worried though about making it readable. Like if I'm scanning with my eyes for like all the admin identifieds, and then it's interrupted by a line of text. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The other thing I did was, now, see how I connected to instance 1, but it says the leader's 3? We can still figure out the cluster status even though we're not connected to the cluster leader. which is 3. This one's the leader. So yeah, that's what I did yesterday. Oh, I also made it so that I don't have to keep dragging the configuration file in there. We're using local storage to hold on to a cache of the configuration. All right, so going back to plug in this memory leak. Yeah, everywhere we have setting the binary delegate. Now we're going to use set delegates binary. Actually, it probably wasn't any other place. I haven't used binary messages yet with WebSockets much. We only had one unit test for it. Yep. To me, it doesn't seem like good progress because I guess what really bothers me is I'm not good enough yet with CSS to make this look nice. And I kind of feel embarrassed to learn it on stream, but I really don't have much choice. I'll just have to stumble through it unless I spend more time off stream to learn. But you'll see me try to figure out, well, how do I make flexbox make this size correctly? So you'll probably see that in the next hour. And I wish I knew JavaScript, CSS, and React a bit better. I'm a lot more comfortable in C++. With C++, I don't mind going through adding stuff because it's familiar. But yeah, with React, I'm not so familiar, so it's more daunting. Okay, so delegates, and here we'll say close equals, and we'll copy this function object to there. Remove that. And then this is the basis. Oh, actually, let me solve this first. For that, I want to take this comment and use it to populate this new structure element, which is the close received delegate. There we go. Actually, I can get rid of all these now, right? Don't need that. Don't need ping. Text received binary. Okay, cool. All cleaned up. So now there's just one way to register callbacks. There we go. So looks like that's actually the most popular delegate. Hopefully I don't screw this up. It looks okay to me. One refactoring step, I guess, would be a lot of these tests have the same setup. I could just do it in the fixture instead of repeating it all over the damn place. I say this like I'm telling myself, you should do this. And I'm like, I don't want to do it right now. Eventually I become so embarrassed at how ugly these tests look that I'll go back and refactor it. Wow, I do test closing in a lot of situations, don't I? When I make these tests in the first place, I really should be more proactive about doing this in the fixture, not in the test. Okay, this is special. This is one where we're going to call it twice. So put it here, and we'll just call. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I have to do this trick because we move it. That means the one we had is now invalid. So we need to make a new one here. So that's easy enough. You just call the constructor. Sorry, I had to cough. Not drinking enough water. I have this cold, this like light cold today that's making me cough if I don't stay liquefied, so to speak. Hydrated? All right. This is gonna probably compile. Oh wait a minute, no. Everywhere else that uses this is gonna break. Okay, maybe it's not. Hopefully, it's not in too many places. Oh, okay. No, that I can fix right now. These I just remove them. Actually, let's keep. I want this kind of pattern, but we don't want to actually do it yet. Yep, need the water. Yeah, all of the other components that use WebSocket now are gonna complain like that. Oh wait a minute, what's wrong with that? Oh, I had it twice. Oh yeah, I forgot to fold these. So these get folded together by simply removing this part and this part. There we go. So it's one setup call. There was more to fix there, wasn't there? Ah, another one of these. Okay. Right. So here, sockets. Then delegates.close equals this. This needs to be refactored later too. It looks ugly. Terribly ugly. And then, hold on. Then we do realm server.ws red set delegates. Standard move delegates. What's wrong with that? Oh, that's just an old message. Stale compiler error. Okay, so here's another place where, okay, the coordinator does the same kind of thing. So WebSockets delegates. And then set delegates, standard move delegates. All right. I think it was in two places. Yes. Can I just copy from one to the other? And this, yeah, I remember thinking to myself, this should be in a function that we call from both places. Because it's exactly the same. I just don't feel like refactoring right now. I just want to fix this API. Okay. This is the testing. Has this? Oh, this happens a lot. Okay. Not a problem. We can do this. Text. And this becomes set delegates. That's a stale error again. You can tell because you hover over it and it says set text delegate is not a member. I'm like, oh, there's nowhere where I'm still saying that. It's just remembering the compiler error from the last build attempt. I don't know how to clear that. It would be nice if I knew how to do that. Maybe it's in here somewhere. There's a clear button. It's not obvious to me where I would clear it though. Hey there, Romani. Hey, it's going okay. Got a bit of a cold today, which is making me cough, but it is what it is. I don't know how to clear compiler errors. There's got to be a way to do it. What if I hit delete here? No? No, right click doesn't do anything. This just goes to the line. These are all stale though. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. This is slightly different. It's actually totally different. There it is. Set delegates. This part is probably copied to these other tests. I bet it is, yes. So that's just replaced by that, right? No. This part. Yes. Five more places here. I'm kind of worried about today being not such an interesting stream because I'm going and doing random fixing up of things. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, what did I break here? Okay, I need to look at version control for this. What did I do there on 1832? Hey, welcome back, Playing with Scissors. CEO came into the kitchen. Did you hobnob with the CEO? Okay, looks like I just changed. I have the wrong logic here. Yeah, I copy paste bug. I just need to fix it up. This is different too. Everything else is the same though, right? Delegate context data is the same. Cool. Oh, what's that? I was just asking if you hobnobbed, if you chatted, if you you know, did the politically good moves. You say, "What, Mr. CEO, what can I do to help make your job easier?" All that good stuff, you know? That's what you got to do when you're working at a company is flex those political muscles. Okay, why did it not build? Small company? Isn't that make it more important? Actually, I don't know. I'm not very politically savvy myself, so I don't know. Why is it failing to build? Oh, because it's running. Yeah, the orchestrator's running. It can't be rebuilt in place like that. I have a staging area. The staging area happens to be the orchestrator's output directory. So there we go. All right, so now the test will run but fail, right? Yeah, so that was WebSockets. What? Not supposed to pass? This shouldn't have worked at all. I don't understand this. Why did they all pass? And they all, like, didn't take any time to run. That should not have happened. Yeah, like how is this working? This is never called. Let's see. When I run into things I don't understand at all, I just put it in the debugger and see what happens. And remove the filter here. So we run everything, all the things. Okay. It doesn't do anything. So how is this ever getting called? Yeah, it's failing when I run it here. Oh, you know what? I know what I did wrong. I'm in the wrong directory in that shell. I'm in Excalibur. That was the old solution I had. Yeah, I was just in the wrong directory. I have two workspaces now. Excalibur I used when I was building up the web server. I started a new one for the game. The game happens to have almost all the same components as the web server did, including most of the web server. There we go. Can't go any higher. You could become the CEO when he or she is going to retire. You can say, that playing with scissors, he's really a nice guy. Let's tap him to be my replacement. I guess that's not how it works though, right? It's like the board of directors or the founders that like pick who the CEO is. Okay, receive, ping. Yeah, they're all broken. And it's understandably so. Because it does nothing. So if I were to uncomment this, and I were to look at this, I think I would just want to replace all of these. Let's do that. Close, ping, pong, text. We'll keep this one and we'll just recycle it. So this is now delegates. Delegates. This holds the functions to call whenever anything interesting happens. I like for some reason I like that phrase. Whenever anything interesting happens. Excuse me, stretching. Just 3 founders? So this must be a really small company. Okay. Well, at least stay on polite terms with him. Right, so all the places it broke, okay, can I just replace this? Hold on, actually we're making copies. Why am I doing that? It's not gonna, oh no, it can change. It can change. Yes. So, yeah, I'll make copies of all the delegates then. Well, I'm gonna collapse this for now. Because that a lot of things happen there. That's not the right reason. I'm collapsing that for now because that's going to change a lot. I want to fill in this first. Guess it's just delegates, and then we do standard move delegates. And then I also want to introduce a flag. Delegate set. And it's initialized to false and set to true on the first call. And that's going to be our trigger to know when we can toss events and when we can't. All right. 12-person company. Wow. It's still 12 times bigger than my company. You're looking at the company. And the company is wearing an awesome shirt today. Or in Freelancer. That's what I kind of want to do if this game doesn't pan out. All right, delegate set. So we'll put it near here. Botland, that's right. Okay, this... Actually, I made shirts for my company. It's not as awesome as Botland. It's just got the stupid company logo on it, and it's white, not purple. because white was the only option that Vistaprint gave me. Once I have the cool artwork for my game, I'll have to make a purple shirt with my logo on it. Okay, this indicates whether or not delegates have been set for the WebSocket. Until this is true, the event queue is not emptied. Is not emptied, so that any events will not be lost. Sound good. What's my company's logo? I don't know if I want to show that on stream, but I can send it to you later. You can critique it. Remind me later if I forget. I don't know how much I want to put my company stuff out there yet. Although if you're determined, you could probably find it. I haven't even really set up my website yet. Why are there two spaces before until? Because I could tell you why. It's a long answer. I'll try to keep it short. When I learned how to type correctly, touch typing, it was on a typewriter in high school. And I was taught that you put two spaces between sentences, and it's a ritual I was just stuck to. And it's silly in a computer to do that. You only really needed that on a typewriter because of the lack of kerning, and two spaces made it easier to see when a new sentence started. So, hey there, Technowers, how's it going? Okay, that's set, so we can start work on this. Okay, the way this logic worked is that you would get a delegate, and if the delegate was null, you would just skip the entry. Otherwise, you would prepare to call it and then remove the event. So I think what I want to do now is we always want to remove the event if the delegates are set. And if the delegates aren't set, we can return early. So we can shortcut this whole thing. We can say if not delegates set, return, right? And then we can just always remove it from the queue, like this, which means I don't want to do that at all, which means it's just that if it's not null, push it on the end, which means this whole loop can just be a for each, and then I can just clear the queue at the end, right? Well, thanks for following, Donald WN. I'm doing okay, Technowers. I got a little bit of a cold, which is why I got to sip water, or else I start to cough. I hope you guys are all doing well. I don't have a bad cold, it's just irritating. I picked it up from my kids. Kids are also known as germ incubators. So all this mechanism is here because we want to set up the things we want to call, and at the end call them without the holding the lock. And that was just a rule I set up for my system to prevent deadlocks. Whenever we're calling a callback, we don't hold any mutexes. As long as I stick to that rule, it's really hard to get a deadlock to happen. I haven't been sleeping well either. Yeah, and I've been waking up early too. I don't know what that is. It might be just because I have a cold. Kind of sucks. This kind of cold like that sticks with you for weeks. I hate it. Well, good thing you're shopping now, Hideo. You know what you can also use those gift cards for? For paying your taxes, apparently, right? So, let's see. This is delegates.txt. And we're going to Actually, why don't I just copy all the delegates up here? Yeah, let's do that. In fact, I can copy them. I can copy them anywhere up here. I can copy it up, not there, but right here. The reason I'm making a copy is because the moment we unlock this mutex here, this delegates can't have anything from our shared state. So a copy is made because the user might go and change the delegate, and there's that race. So this makes sure we get a copy of all our delegates, and we use the copy, which means that there's a possibility the code might register a new delegate, and the old one will still get called just because it was in the process of being called. So like passing you in the mail. Do I have two things named delegates? I do. These aren't really. These are. Delegate callers. There we go. And this is a delegate caller. Like that. Your eyeglasses broke. Ooh, that sucks. That happened to me once, and what I actually found out was really handy is at the time I was getting my glasses from Lens Crafters, and I'm in the U.S. So there they will fix your glasses for free as long as you bought them from them. So they broke. So on the way home, we went to the nearest one. They fixed it. If it was a lens cracking, that's worse. But for me, it was just the frame got the lens fell out of the frame and the frame snapped. They're able to fix it. Hashtag sell out to lens crafters, but you know, it did work out for me. Okay, delegate. I wonder if I should just be using the copy here. That feels right. I don't need to make this copy. Let's just go through and fix all these places that are similar. All right, and then caller. Oh, right. This should never happen, but I should probably comment this. This should never happen. Just in case we end up with an event that doesn't correspond to a delegate. Actually, I don't need to do this at all. I don't need to do this because I can just make it, it just won't push it in the list, which is fine. So right, like that. And as long as it's initialized, yeah, that should initialize it to null. Sponsored by Landscrafters, yeah. Give me my ad money, Landscrafters. Yeah, sorry about your glasses breaking. Fixing all the places. These copies don't need to be here, right? I guess I can make this slightly easier to read by saying const auto delegate caller equals delegate callers dot front, and then I can just replace up to there with that. Call the delegate caller. it's sort of weird that I have to have two levels of indirection. And that's really just to separate the, make copies of everything so we don't have to hold the mutex to call them. Anyway, all that elaborate disinfecting of the callback state is handy. Hey there, KHPS official. It's a little weak. Depends on how many clients you have. I actually have a Raspberry Pi Zero that ran a Mumble server, and we had at one point I think we had 25 people on it. It was ran just fine. I can show you guys. Hold on a sec. Let me turn off the mic. So spontaneous show and tell time. I have this Raspberry Pi Zero, right? I put this little LED display on the front, and then the network hooks in there, and the power goes in there, or one of the two. And that ran a Mumble server for maybe 2 or 3 years, and it can handle 25 people easily. I can unplug it now because we moved to Discord. This is like the pre-Discord voice server that we had. Finally ready to retire it, I guess. So yeah, how many web clients did you have that you crushed your Raspberry Pi with it? Because yeah, the Raspberry Pi should be able to handle the doing a web server. It's a decently powerful processor that's in there. Right, I'm ready to test, aren't I? Yeah. Hey, look at that. Passed the first try. That always makes me worried when it passes the first try. So it makes me want to sabotage one of the tests. So to sabotage this one, I think what I'll do is not call this. That should sabotage it. Yeah, like I was, like this part of it, you get, right? And then attaching that little board on top, it's not that much work. I actually kind of had fun doing it. A lot of the stuff comes pre-assembled, like the LEDs. I think all the hard work I had to do was this sloppy job routing these wires around. But if you want to see more stuff like that, I'll give a shout out to one of the guys that I watch. Oh bother. He's into making and crafting stuff like this, and he does it on stream. That's why I'm following him. Model B Plus? I don't remember which model this. This one's a 0. I like the 0 because it's so teeny tiny, and yet I think even this model didn't have the Wi-Fi, but I think the newest one does. It's really cool. All right. That should have sabotaged the test. Yes. So it actually receives the text when it shouldn't. So basically setting the delegates once, you're saying, okay, I'm ready to receive. Then this sends a text message, but we didn't put anything for the text, so it gets dropped. Then when we do register one and set it, we don't get it because it's already been dropped. Cool. So that fixes the memory leak, and it shouldn't break anything else. I can double check though, just by running all the tests. RJ45, ooh, nice. So you know what I did for RJ45, but you're talking about Ethernet, right? And let me turn off the camera again. I think I got this at Adafruit. So this is a really cool thing. I'll zoom in on that. 1-port USB network with 3-port USB hub. So on the end, it's got the RJ45, but it's also a USB hub, and it plugs into USB micro. So plugs into the Raspberry Pi and gives me 3 USB, what is that, A slots, and the Ethernet. Really awesome. So that's what I had hooked up to that Pi Zero for the longest time. It would be even cooler if it also powered the board, but then so it doesn't. So I have to have that as a separate USB micro plug. So there were always two plugs going into that thing. So I didn't say what I use the LED for, but because this basically has no other way to just look at it and see what's going on, I decided, since it's running a Mumble server, I wanted to know how many people were in chat. So I wrote a little program that would through the ICE protocol, I think that's what Mumble supported, it would just track how many people join the voice chat or leave, and then it would just constantly update the LED with a number. So it would start at 0, and then as people logged in for the raid or whatever we were doing, it would start to increment and get up to like 10, and then I would be like, okay, enough people are in chat now that I can now join in and do the raid. Okay, so let's check this in. It's getting distracted by the Raspberry Pi stuff. It's cool though. This was in WebSockets. We were happy with Mumble. The only reason we moved to Discord was there was one person that would want to play with us that for whatever reason Mumble didn't work for her, but Discord did. And we really wanted her to be in the group, so we all moved to Discord. But the side effect is I no longer have to run the thing, and Discord's got other stuff like the text chat, so. But yeah, until that one person couldn't get into our Mumble server, even though Discord was out there, we just weren't using it. Yes. So WebSocket. Combine delegates and fix memory leak. Register all delegates together. Until delegates are registered, hold onto all events. Once delegates are registered, process all events, tossing those having no corresponding delegate. There we go. Yeah, I guess that was one thing we had to give up. We had to give up control over where the server was. Although, there's pluses and minuses between that, too. Yeah, you can still control the region it's in, right? But you can't host your own server. Okay, this had some effects on some other components, right? Getting a little bit of blue noise on my camera because it's cloudy, I guess. Turn up the aggressiveness of the filter a little bit. Actually, this is going to break stuff in Excalibur, isn't it? That's okay. Yes, these are all the places impacted. So we'll say update all impacted areas where WebSocket delegate API changed. How do you connect the React to the backend? I'll show you how that's done. So actually, let me run the backend again. That's probably what I needed to do anyway next. That's here, right? Stage and serve. Make sure it's still running. Okay, so the backend sets up a bunch of web servers and expects when a connection comes in that the connection is going to ask to be upgraded to a WebSocket. So on the front end, I use let me find it. I use the WebSocket class. It's built in now. This is why JavaScript is awesome. So there's a built-in WebSocket class. Actually, I don't know if it's polyfilled or what. So I'm not the JavaScript expert, but you just do new WebSocket and you just have to make sure that it's WSS if it's got TLS, transport layer security, SSL, and all that good stuff. Otherwise, it's just WS for WebSocket. Just make sure the host and port match, and the moment you do, actually, I guess the moment you do a new, it just does the connection. And yeah, it's as simple as that. Once a message comes in from the backend, it goes to this on message received. And to send a message out, it's just where? I guess it would be on connected. I do that. It's just send. It's really simple stuff on the JavaScript side. 2 SSL certificates. IE. So yeah, I don't know if this actually works in IE. I don't really care about IE, so at least Firefox and Chrome, the newer versions, have this built in. So not polyfilled, huh? Okay, yeah, well, you mentioned flexbox. I'm about to try to do that stuff, right? Because the next thing on the list involved that. Oh no, it was auto connect, and then I was going to get to flexbox in a bit. Yeah, I heard about them adopting Chromium, but what it was sort of it wasn't clear to me whether or not that means Edge is going away or not. Yeah, techno words. I hope I answered that well enough. Let me think about this. To do auto connect, right? Auto connect. I need to remember where I did in the front end the setting. Oh, here we go. On instance selected. Where is that called? Oh, that's called when we change the selection. So that's not really the place I want. Edge will stay, but be kind of base of Chromium. Okay. My apologies for how bad this might look. Don't look at my code if you're trying to learn React, because I'm still learning, and I should probably break a lot of these up into components, and have high order components versus whatever the other kind of component is called. But right now, it's all crammed into one app component, and for now, I just have a constructor, actually this doesn't belong here, a bunch of essentially callbacks, and then a bunch of helper methods for rendering things. Looked at React 16.7, that's alpha. What am I using? 16.6.3. I don't like to be on the bleeding edge. I'm using whatever Create React app decided was appropriate for me. Okay, let me. No, why am I here? Close all the back end stuff. We're on the front end now. Yes, front end. Okay, good. Right, I think I want to have something similar to this set configuration, because that can be called if you drop in a new configuration file, or if you tell it to forget the configuration, or when the component first mounts and it gets it from local storage, right? So something similar for when the realm and instance is selected, and then in that one we'll do a disconnect if we were connected before and connect to the new one. We should probably only do it if it changes, right? So let's see. How do we want to do this? I guess it would be here. We would say, oh, I guess we can just do it here, right? The configuration changes. This might be out of range. Hmm. We'll just do this naively, and I'll learn as I go. So we'll say if no, it won't be there. It'll be here. Let's say const realm to select, and we'll just replace it here. Instance to select. Yeah, do that last, I guess. Set state accepts a callback with previous state as parameter. Oh. Hmm. The previous state here would be just this state, right? What I was thinking of writing here was if realm to select is not equal to this dot state dot realm, the selected realm, and instance, actually this is probably going to move, but if it's not equal to this dot state dot selected instance, then we will connect. Or disconnect first and then connect. Never rely on this state in sets. Well, I'm doing it before the set. Oh, I was? Oh, but now I'm not because I moved it out. Right, got it. Why not, though? It can be batched or deferred. See, this stuff I don't know. I'm such a noob. I'm not doing it anymore, though, right? So it's not deferring it, which may be a good thing. It's actually going to pull it out of the state, though, so I don't want to do it there. What I would kind of want then is when it does, the state does get called, let's move this into a method first of all. This dot auto connect, right? And then that'll be a helper. I guess it goes here. Oh, thank you, Romani Hate. See, you guys are much better at JavaScript than I am. Probably because you watch Adam's stream, and I do really much appreciate it. I don't mean to. You guys don't have to help, by the way, but it does really help. So I will do exactly that. Where did I pull it out? It was here, right? So you're saying that I can give it a second parameter. So I prefer to do it this way then. If I'm going to have a second parameter, you're saying it's a callback that's called after the state set. So I would have something like this. This dot, or actually, can I just say this dot auto connect? Well, we can see if that works. And I want to also call that whenever the selection changes. So whenever on realm selected. So the same thing here. And on instance selected. I need to be careful here though. These we don't have, so I guess here's where I want to have the previous state, right? And I'll just have to pass that in now, right? I'm assuming that's how I would do it. I need to see if it actually changed. Right, I do, but you said I do get the previous state as a parameter to set state, right? Oh, I don't. So how do I get the previous state in here? I only see state and a callback, but where is the previous state? You get the previous state as the first parameter if instead of an object you use the function. Oh, so you're saying if I just do that, I just get it? I need to pass it in. No, I don't. The whole point was to do that, right? Let's just see if it works. Previous state's undefined. So I'm wrong about this. Is this because it's on the initial state? So there we should probably just say if, not previous state. Or I can say if not previous state or that or it changed. Right? There we go. Look at that, it worked. So now if I change the instance number, it didn't reconnect. Okay. That was cool though, that the initial connection worked. It's not reconnecting though. It's disconnecting, but it's not reconnecting. Maybe I should be paying attention to the warnings here. Let's clear that and then switch it. Closed before it was established in 149. Okay. Actually, why is that happening? First object parameter should be function set state. I'm not sure I understand that. Oh, thanks for following, Shadow Gen X Rage. I'm reading Hideo your last message. First object parameter should be a function set state. Arrow function thingy return new state. Okay, so you're saying that. Well, how come it worked the way I did it? Is that because I had of the hack that I put in here? You're saying if I did it's did mount right in here. Okay, see if I can do it the way you're saying. Thingy. Is thingy the thingy? Like that? I don't understand what thingy is. Maybe I should just look this up and read it. I had the flexbox document here. Okay, so React set state. Let me just read about it. Set state updater. Okay. Not always update the command. It may batch defer. This makes reading the state right after calling a potential field. Instead, use did update or set state callback. Oh, I see. So it returns, saying this, it returns this. And then in there, I would do, and here I need to have state. Is this the previous state? At the time it's applied. If I had props, I would put the props there. It's kind of cool I can do that. It's actually what I want. Do I need to have an error, dot dot thing in here? Like this? Do I need that or not? That's... Well, we'll know if it deletes everything. And then we would have something here, right? I think this is going to mess with things because it's going to call this stuff. It hasn't yet finished setting the state, right? So it is shallowly merged, so I don't need the dot dot dot. Good. Okay, there. Okay, so yeah, to simplify this, I do want the second argument. So move that back, right? Just return that and do that. I don't need previous state. Oh, this does though. Oh no, but you're saying it's given it. So hold on, doesn't this just naturally fold back into this again? Okay. That was, I think I learned a little bit, but not enough. But I did a little journey and I'm back to where I started. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna have to fix this wrapping thing. It's gonna drive me nuts. I need to figure out now why it's saying it's closed before the connection's established. I think maybe I'm doing something in the wrong order. I do disconnect first. Oh, right. This could be deferred. Right? But the socket is purposely not in the state. It's a instance property. The problem is the set state callback doesn't have params. Oh, I need to fix my camera. The blue halo is back. Okay. Sorry, I hope this isn't frustrating for you guys, but I'm trying to figure out now why it's saying that it was closed before it was established, because... Actually, does this give me a stack trace? It does. So 134. Oh. We're calling disconnect twice? When we close it, is it now calling it again? That might be what's happening, right? So to clear this out, I would... const old socket is this dot socket, and then is this what I want? Ooh, I did a no-no on line 290. Yep. Too used to C++. Really? I use something? Oh, what is this? Old stuff. Dead code. Look at that. 51 messages. Really? 51 messages? This one, right? Oh yeah. Okay, so each log message, yeah. I probably should come back to that at some point. The backend could aggregate these together instead of sending them each as individual messages. Console, please. All right, now I'm going to change instance. Is it because the disconnect is asynchronous? Is that what's happening? This event, it's disconnecting. There's a race, right? I'm guessing that this disconnect detaches the socket from from this and then closes it. But that close, it comes back and calls this on disconnect. But it does so a little bit later. It does it when we're in the middle trying to connect. And so this is the old socket coming back and... Yeah. Well, I guess I could fix that by checking it, right? No. Can I double arrow this? I can, right? If I do this. Can you do that? No. No, it has... I have to capture it locally, right? I can do that. I can do it this way. New socket, or socket. And then I can this I can just use here. And then I can put it here, and then I don't need to do... No, I do it here. Yeah, I only really want to do this if the other side disconnects on us. Which means I don't need to do this garbage anymore, right? Yeah, so this guard should work, right? Oh. Oh no, I still do want to detach it, because that'll trigger it on disconnect, and then it should skip it again. Let me try that out. I need on disconnect though, it needs a context everywhere. right. Let's try that out. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, or I copied the wrong thing there. Yeah. It's socket. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. How is it null? Infinite cycle? Really? Yeah, that like where I have to kill Chrome. Can I actually see the arguments there? I guess I could put a debugger there. I guess I could put an additional guard if socket equals null. Turn. Yeah, I never said it. No, I said it. Yeah, this is fine. Sorry, I don't have a this is fine command. It's null. It's null, which means this socket was null. How is that possible? Oh no, it was here where it got stuck. Really? Oh, it's happening too quickly. Yeah. Need to do it this way. Because it can open it immediately. Yeah, alright, let's try that. Still null. Time to have breakpoints everywhere? Yeah, maybe. Do I have this set up? Let me see. I don't know if I do. I need to have the debugger for Chrome. I do. Okay. Yeah, I did have that. Disconnect the socket, right? So it should go into here, but I'm not pressing that button. Instead have an arrow function. See, this is like, I don't understand why I would need an arrow function there. It has to do with when this is evaluated, right? Is it saying I wanted to evaluate it right away? Yeah. Well, okay. But I'm not even pressing that button yet. I'll put that in there. I don't fully understand it yet, but that's not the problem I'm looking at now, right? The problem I'm looking at now is, wait a minute. I'm not pressing the disconnect button. How is it working now? Oh, it's evaluated when rendering? Oh. Right, this is a function call. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, see, that's stuff. Oh, I'm being rated again. Or hosted. How are you doing, Irish John? I think we're going to get the raid warning, too. There we go. Ah! How was your stream today, Irish John? You ready for load testing yet? So shout out to Irish John Gaming. He's working on a pirate battle game in Unity, and he's getting ready to test it, right? So, okay, see you, Irish John. Thanks for the raid. So right now, if you haven't been here before, I'm working on the it looks gross right now. I'm trying to fix it up, but it's an admin console to a new game that I'm building. The game doesn't exist yet, but I do have a server cluster, so which means that there are multiple copies of the server for fault tolerance, and there are 3 of them right now in this test arrangement. And I have another program called Orchestrator, which starts it up. Starts the 3 instances, and the 3 instances, you can see they all agree on one of the number as the leader. It uses an algorithm called the Raft consensus algorithm. And they reach consensus, although there's no state. They just elect a leader. And right now I'm working on setting up an admin console so that I can kind of get visibility into the server cluster without having to always have this run from the terminal. Okay, see you, Hideo. Have a awesome dinner. Really fascinated by the work here. Just have started JS and React. So I've just started JS and React too. So don't look at my code, my front end code here, and use it as any kind of model. I just was being schooled by Romania Haight and Hideo that I had this before, and I learned that what's happening is when this is rendered, because I have these parentheses here, is actually calling that at the moment it's being rendered. So it's calling disconnect on my it's as if it's as if you click the button right away. Really what I wanted to do is say when you click it, make that call, and the solution was to make a closure or a function object that when it's called, it evaluates that, but not right away. When this whole thing is evaluated, it's just saying, okay, create a closure, an object that like a function object that you can call it without arguments, and it does that. And then that seemed to it fixes it so that it doesn't call disconnect right away. Actually, if I click that, it'll show you what it was doing. Well, if I click it again, why is, oh, because it's already captured it once. Yeah, I got it. I can show you what it was doing before. That's what I can do. So it was bugging out right away because it was disconnecting the socket right away while it was in another context trying to send something through it. So putting the closure in there, now it doesn't try to disconnect while it's connecting. And I think hopefully this should work now. Yeah, so now this is the feature I was working on today, is that if I select a different server, it should auto connect to the other server. Disconnect from the current one and connect to the new one. So this is working, and I think the next thing I want to do is clean this crap up next. Where are you? We switched to the front end. I don't know when you left, but I moved from the back end work I was doing to the front end stuff. So Zingris, hello. Yeah, the back end work you might have been looking at before you stepped away, it's all working now. So all the tests are passing now, and I'd moved on to cleaning up my front end tool, which is in React, which is why the stream title says both React and C++. Back end is C++, front end is in React, and there's a link from there. You can see more about it. Oh, I get it. Before you went to get a drink, you're watching an awesome game in Unity with pirate ships, and now you're like, what the heck? Who the heck is this guy? Yeah, Ryrostron rated me. I'm working on the very beginnings of my first game. I'll show you what that link goes to. So the game isn't playable yet, but the idea is to have an online game, multiplayer, reminiscent of a really old school game that I liked when I was growing up, Ultima 5. So just I'm just taking that the genre, so retro 2D style, where you're controlling a character that's moving around in the world. Only there'll be other players, and I hope to add a lot of stuff into the game. But right now the game doesn't exist, and we're just setting up the foundations basically of the game servers. And I have a plan every day, and this notebook is all publicly readable. If you want to look at my notes, there's a top level link. And I like to show this diagram to kind of get people to understand what I mean by it when I say server cluster. So your client will be in the browser, and you'll connect to one of the many servers. It's in a cluster, meaning that the servers all have the same state. And they're copies here so that if any one server goes down, the game continues to run. Clients might have to switch over, but they don't lose any progress. The servers are constantly talking to each other, replicating any kind of changes to the game. And then there's a main, not a main, but a little server way in the back end that just makes sure they're all set up in the first place and, tears them down, brings it back up if needed. And the game architecture kind of looks like this. Not much exists yet, so I wrote my own web server. I made a little module to aggregate 3 copies of it. And then recently I've been working on this coordinator module, which is running in each server, and its job is to talk to the other servers, figure out who's a leader. I made a reusable module called Raft server, which is on my GitHub, if you want to check that out. All this stuff is in C++, yeah. And, oh, thanks for the follow, Joof. The Raft algorithm is what gets your cluster to have all the same state and elects the leader. And the rest of the stuff I haven't gotten to yet, but just really briefly, the game state is like a traditional object kind of model, object hierarchy. But any changes to the game state will be made through a sequence of change objects called a journal. Raft calls it a log. But we'll have a reconciler that pulls in requests to make those changes from different places and figures out how to reconcile them together, how to put them in the right order. And then an executor is going to take entries from the journal and apply it to the game state. All this we haven't gotten to yet. I'm still on these top 2 layers trying to get the server cluster up and running, and I just recently got it to where it's running in the back end, and I'm just setting up the front end tools for that. So it looks ugly right now. This is the front end admin tool. I want to be able to select the realm, select an instance. Any instance I connect to, it should tell me who the leader is. If I want to know, if I want to know which server is the leader, then I could say, okay, let me talk to the leader. Or I could go back and talk to the follower, but I should be able to jump around, connect to any server, and see a diagnostic log, and I'll probably add more controls here. So I'm working today to clean this up, and I'm still a noob when it comes to React, HTML, and CSS, so it's going to look ugly. But people in Twitch have been helping me out tremendously. So we just got this working. My plan for today was to get that working and then clean up the log. So I think I'll do that next. So the 2 things I want to do, I want to handle this line wrapping isn't working at all. You can see it's just overdrawing the next line. And I also want to use flexbox because the size of this thing right now is fixed. I want it to kind of grow with the window. It's kind of growing with the window horizontally because instead of flexbox, I'm using whatever it says in the CSS. Float. I'm using float with a width, but I kind of want to switch to flexbox. That will handle the vertical size a lot better. So we're going to do that next. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm going to go stream for another hour at least. My schedule's 10 a.m. to 2 Pacific, but I started a little late, so we'll see. See how long I can go for. Trying to keep my voice from breaking. A lot of streamers can go 8, 12 hours, some of them. I kind of look up to them. I can only stream for 4 before my voice wears out. All right, so I was looking at this yesterday. If I look at follow-up from yesterday, I tried two things. One way was to have each row truncate with an ellipses. I can kind of show that because it's not too hard to do. You have to set up these CSS properties. So let me do that right now. I'll show you. I don't like it. I'll show you why I don't like it. So that's app log for. I don't have a class on each thing, so I'll just say a div under app log. If CSS isn't your cup of tea, then that's fine. Oh, cool. Well, thanks for being here, Zangris. So yeah, I'm just gonna show what I did off stream yesterday. White space, no wrap, and then you can do overflow hidden. Oh, thanks for the follow. And your name's difficult to say. Let me try. Please don't hurt me. Did I get it right? Actually, it wasn't too hard to say. I just had to slow down and read it. Ellipses. So if I do that, Now you can see what it does is it just cuts it off. I don't like that because if I really wanted to read that message, I have to actually make the window wider. It does keep it from overdrawing though. I can inspect elements in the browser at style. That's true. The thing about this is I'm using React virtualized, and as I scroll here, it's actually creating and destroying elements here. So doing it directly in the CSS is avoiding that. Yeah. 2 is the cluster leader, right? Yeah, so you can see here there's enough log messages to require scrolling. So I'm using React virtualized list right now, and that only creates divs that you see. If I were to inspect the elements, you'll actually see them disappear, I think, as they go off the top. Let me close that. How do I there's got to be an easier way to collapse everything here. Because I need to actually have more entries. We'll just disconnect and reconnect a few times to make the list longer. So you can see as I'm scrolling, it's actually changing the divs there. It's only showing the ones that are visible, or the ones that will soon be visible. It's kind of got like a heuristic. Like if I start scrolling up, it loads even the ones starting at 0 that are off screen. And as I start to scroll down, it's taking the ones off the top. Yeah, so things are disappearing and appearing, the divs only existing that you can see and slightly above and below. So anyway, the ellipsis thing I don't like because I lose data. I don't see all of it. The other thing I tried, which is a little bit more elaborate that I won't really show, is I thought, well, let's add a horizontal scroll bar here. I couldn't figure out how to make that work with this list from React virtualized, but I did get it to work with grid. So I made a grid of one column. The problem is that it would put this horizontal scroll bar right over the last log line. And so I was constantly having to manually scroll down to see the last log line. So I'm thinking the way I'm going to do it is the way that they had an example here. I'm going to try to follow this example. Let me drag this on screen. But yeah, if you guys have ideas for me to try, that would work too. I just, with a lack of feedback, I just end up Google searching and I find stuff. So here he had an example of how to go multi-line. Where is it? Down here somewhere. Yeah, so he talks about the same problem I had, and his example was to use a cell measure with a cache to measure it vertically. So fixed width, but non-fixed height, and then you end up with something like that. So I think I might try that. I had to use a cell measure even with the grid, but it was the other direction. It was measuring it horizontally. I think I kind of have an idea what to do, but yeah, and it was like this. You set up a cache, and then you use the cache in the cell measure. You don't fix the height. No, they use the cell measure to compute the height. You tell it a default height, and it kind of figures it out by it talks. If you look up cell measure, it talks about it. It draws it off. It draws it in the off screen or off window or something to measure it, and then it caches the height in this cell measure cache, and then the list picks out of that cache. Where does it show how to do that? This deferred measurement cache. Maybe I should zoom in so you can see it. Deferred measurement cache is going to pull out of a cache which is built by the cell measures. The library is React virtualized. Well, thanks for following, Selva Greg. I'm using React virtualized, so we're gonna be pulling out cell measure cache, and we need to have the cache here, so we'll set it up here. This dot cache equals cell measure cache. And how do they construct it? All right, fixed width default height. Fixed width. True, it's the TypeScript is not exactly helping me here. I'm going to use this height that I had before. Where was it? I just saw breakpoints are set. Let me clear those. There. 21. I actually think this is kind of a small number. And I don't like hard-coded numbers, but I'm living with it for now. Hey there, Sangim 3D. How's it going? I think you've been here before. Oh no, I have a blue halo again. This happens because I don't have good lighting. If I turn up the aggressiveness of the filter, I kind of disappear. Oh, I know what it is. It's glare from behind me. Hold on, I need to go close off the shade that the glare doesn't come in. I'll be right back. All right, let's see if that's any better. Still getting glare. Not so bad though. I need to set up like better lighting in front of me. Anyway. Oh, you were here before, yeah. Yeah, I knew your name did sound familiar. Okay, so there's the cell measure cache, and right, we need to then when we render a row, render log message, we're going to render inside of a cell measure. Forehead, halo effect, yeah, blue halo. I want to get rid of the blue halo and the having to mess with my camera so much. For that, I think I'm going to need better controlled lighting. Okay, so the key moves here from the div, which makes sense. Okay, so we're adding the cache and the parent. Okay, which means I need the parent. Index key style parent. I don't know why I put those into different lines. I'll keep it the way it is. It needs the parent. And they had cache there, right? Column index. Do we really need that? I don't think we do. Row index though. I'll put in column index, and then I'll see if it can live without it later. It's only a single column. Row index is index. Is that all we need? I can try it out. Oh, I want to turn off the no wrap. We'll just remove that there. Try it out. What did I do? Oh, did I forget the new? I think I forgot the new. For the cache. Yeah, new. There we go. Okay, it's not quite working yet. Oh, I forgot stuff on the main list. Right, it needs to actually pull out of that main list. I mean, it needs to pull out of the cache. Right, so let's see how the example did it. Right, so you pull out of the cache the row height, and there's this deferred. I don't quite understand what it means, but I think it's to avoid measuring it more than once. I'll have to read about this later. Row height is this dot cache dot row height, and then deferred measurement cache. But I guess I'll put it there. These really do go together, don't they? Okay, let's try that out. I don't quite understand how it works. I just want to see it work, and I'll read about it later. Oh, but look at that. It's working, sort of, but do you see there? It screwed up these ones. Huh. Maybe it's not working. These ones, though, it wrapped. I don't get it. Oh, and it's not recalculating when I resize the window. I got some issues to work on. I'm kind of curious why the top lines were, yeah. Oh, because it's the same cat. It's when I'm resizing it this way, it's causing that. So if I made it tighter and then refreshed, it probably would go away. Yeah. It's just not recalculating the height when I change the width. It's better than what I had before, though. And so now I just have to figure out how to tell it to recalculate things when the width changes. See if they talk about it here. Yeah, everything fine, but what happens when I change the width, though? Unless I missed something here. What am I working on? I'm working on the front end to a new game. So I have how best to explain it. That link there should go to here, and I'm working on a game that's not yet playable, so I'm trying to set up the foundations for the game. It's a multiplayer game, so there's servers and a client. I have servers running, but they don't really do much yet. They just start up and pick a leader. It's using a consensus algorithm so that one server replicates state to others in case any one of them goes down. You don't lose the state of the server side of the state. And before I actually add real game stuff to it, I wanted to get an admin console set up. Since all the communication between servers and clients is through WebSockets, I can make all the client stuff inside the browser. So I'm using React, trying to set up a nice admin console so that I can at least see the diagnostic log messages from the servers, and then later I'll be adding more controls here. Yeah, see, it's not resetting the cache there. Actually, it's to reset the cache when I change instances. Anyway, yeah, so it's just setting up a small front-end tool. I'm very new at React and JavaScript in general, so this isn't going that smoothly, but when I work on the back-end stuff, it's more what I'm comfortable with, so I tend to not struggle as much. So yeah, hopefully gives you an idea of what I'm doing. Right now I'm trying to figure out how, like, what's the best way to tell it to, in this case, recalculate the row heights here whenever I resize. Yeah, so I don't know, Sindev, I love pie. Oh, I like the end of your name, I love pie. I am using, on the front end, React virtualized. So the problem I had before was it was just constantly overdrawing. Oh, where did the window go? It was constantly overdrawing lines like that when they were too long to fit. And so I'm going through this example of how to fix that. They describe the same problem, and they say to fix that, you use a cell measurer, which also comes from React virtualized. And it measures the height of each row. But now the problem I have is when I change the width, it's not recalculating those cell heights. And I don't know if this example actually explains how to do that. Yeah. They just say everything will look fine, but they don't say what happens if you make the window more or less, change the width after that happens. They just kind of move on to another example past there. Fixed width false. I don't know if it'll allow that because it talks about that one of them has to be fixed. I can try it. Worth a shot, right? What's the worst that could happen? It might blow up. Yeah, see, that didn't quite do it. Oh, I have another one of these. This is because I'm so used to C++. I don't do the triple equals where I should. So line 151. Let me fix that. There we go. Yeah, see, we're getting this one. You should measure cells width or height, not both. I think what this fixed width was, it's saying what you want the measure to measure. So I really wanted it to measure the height. not the width. But I wanted to remeasure the height when the width changes. Which it's not doing. It doesn't know, it just doesn't know when to do it. Width change? Oh, it's simple. Cool. I like simple problems. Because they're easier to solve. It's not simple to me because I'm so new to this, I'm not sure where to look. It just says, yeah, how to measure it. It just measures it once. I wonder if it's because I have this cache. What happens if I just remove the cache? Yeah, I figured. I'm just not sure what event you get when that component is resized. Let's see. New window. That'll do it for the whole window. I guess that's good enough. What I really want to do is when the component size changes, because it could be that the component, like let's say later I have a component here that lets me change the ratio here. That would also change the size of this, but without changing the whole window. But we can try yours suggestion right now. That'll work for me now because I don't have a way to change. The only way to change the width is to change the window size. So that would be the right place to put that. Because I'm using React, I'm not sure where event listeners are typically attached. Would it be window did mount? Something like here. So it would be what? This dot on window size changed. Oh, it wants the event first, right? And I just have to make one of these. Let's see if I get this right without any hints. I don't know what arguments we might get, but let's just do a console.log. Window size changed, I think. Let's see what we get. Unexpected use of add listener. Oh, okay. I guess I do need window. I think, if I remember right, you're supposed to avoid using window object directly from React. It's working. Every time I change it, it's doing it. The line 102 thing is because I don't know how to do switch statements right in JavaScript yet. This is how I'm used to doing it in C. C++. I guess it's because I don't have a default. Fine. And like, I think I needed to add these because when I didn't, I was getting another warning. Block is redundant, no lone blocks. It doesn't like to see this as a block, but that's just the way I'm used to doing it. Yeah, there's probably a React way of doing it. That's what I was about to search for myself. I'm getting that blue glow again. Hold on. I think I'm looking behind me. I'm getting like some kind of glare reflection. Let me go check the window again. Be right back. Let's see if that fixes things. Oh, that did. Oh, almost. There's a bit of fudging I gotta do with the blue screen. So that's what the blue screen looks like. The lighting's not consistent. Yeah, I'll have to live with that. A ghost! You can put it without a default. Okay. Ah, shoot. Well, we'll just live with the blue halo. I'd rather have the blue halo than have me disappear. Ah! Um, yeah, the lighting is... it's not a uniform blue. It just depends on how much light each section is getting. I'd rather have my shirt disappear than the blue halo. So, go with that. Okay. Change it to component add event listener. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Actually, would it just be this? That. No, it doesn't like that. Not a function. Nope. Not a function. I'm pretty sure it's not capitalized, right? The document element. Yeah, that by itself didn't work though. It talked about it's being a global. So we were doing window dot, but it just doesn't feel right, like the right way to do it. It's working though. We get, whenever I change it, I do get a window size changed. So here's where I would probably do the cache. Let's see if I can guess what it is. It's probably cache, probably a method of the cache like clear. Clear all, there we go. Let's see if that does it. I just wanted to get it working, get it right, and then make it fast. Oh, it didn't work. I guess since, in addition to clearing the cache, I need to tell it to recalculate. No problem. And hello, Jubs on official. Okay, so on the document element, so that's just window, right? This just doesn't seem like the React way of doing it. I'll look it up later. Yeah, the lighting needs to be straight on, but right now it's reflected, which is horrible. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid going straight to the React DOM because what I was reading is you really only want that to be in your index, not in the components, because I might use the component elsewhere. I guess it's not too terrible, right, to do find this, though. I will try it. I always try listener suggestions. Because, why not? Okay, I didn't import it, I guess. Okay, I'm not getting the callback now, though. It's not showing up. Did I not do that right? I think I typed it like you said, and it ain't working. Is it because it's the component is not the main DOM, and so it doesn't get a resize? Maybe only the main window gets a resize event. Document, okay. Instead of window to document. Yeah, it's not working either. It looks like only the window has the resize event that happens on it. Yeah, see, window size changed. Yeah, so I think I'll just stick with this now. I'll research that later, how to fix that. Let me put that in my notes. I'll Google search it later. So search later for the proper React way to get notified when sizes change. Okay. Anyway, so I just need to make sure this is doing the right thing. What happened to this cache clear all? Oh, did I move? I moved it. I had that the totally wrong place. I need that in the listener. That might be why it didn't work, right? Okay, it works, but it's kind of slow. You can kind of see it working. Maybe it's not too terrible. How often am I going to resize the window? I could probably make it more elaborate by only recalculating when we're done dragging. I think this is good enough for now. Oh, that was weird. Scroll bar kind of behaved weirdly there. Oh, look at that. It's like jumping around. I've confused it somehow. How often am I going to resize the window, though? I probably don't need to worry about too much. Let me take your suggestion. Thanks for that. The Epic Unknown. That's right. That's how you say your name. And that was about optimizing. Oh, I'll just put your tell straight in here. Will amount will remove listener. That's fine. Parameter is E on the listener. I don't even think I need the parameter though. So JavaScript is nice, right? I can just put nothing there and it says, oh, you don't want the event? Okay, never mind. You're saying I could do that and I could say, we got E, and I can backtick that and we'd see it, right? How do I, yeah, we got, oh, I can't inspect it. But yeah, we get an event if we wanted it. I was hoping it would print out all of its goodies. It'd pretty print it, but oh well. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. We'll just go with this for now. I can inspect it. Console log says multiple parameters. Oh, really? I did not know that either. Just saying I could do this. Now it just says it's an object, not an event. Oh well. Oh no, it's the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Ooh, that's better. Look at that. Yeah. Type resize. I'm just looking. There's probably the size is probably in there somewhere, right? Or is it? It's just there's a lot of information that I don't really need. The timestamp might be nice to know. Cool. Well, thank you for that. I will put that in my notes to remember. Study or remember or later. Exactly what Romania Hate said. Yeah, probably in the target or current target. It's buried in there with the sizes. I could also just query it right there if I really wanted. So in this case, I don't need it, so I'm going to remove it. What did I have next on the plan? Flexbox to handle the size. Okay, we'll do that. Hey there, desk. Yeah, this, right, you're seeing me work on is just a quick and dirty little console for the administrator of the game to use. And the game, there's not much there yet. You can't play it. It just is a bunch of servers with no state. And, oh, that's interesting. They switched leaders a couple times. That might be because the timeout threshold is pretty aggressive. But yeah, I have servers for a game that doesn't exist yet. The servers use a consensus algorithm to elect a leader, and the leader is supposed to replicate the game state. There is no state yet, so we have a leader that doesn't really need to do anything. And before I actually put state into the game, I wanted to have a nice little admin console to be able to control and see into things there. And yeah, the game link will give you more information on it. All of my streams are planned in advance, like, well, not that far in advance, but I try to make notes before and after each stream. So if you might not be interested in working on today, but if you're interested in other stuff I've done in the past or stuff I might do in the future, you can browse through my notebook. 24 years, yep. So I was doing mostly this C++ stuff. This React stuff is very new, and so I'm kind of stumbling through it today. I want to have the front end be in a modern JavaScript framework because I don't want to have to make the game client on one OS and port it all different OSs. I kind of want something that's already portable. So a browser-based front end is very appealing to me. But and why using React is I could do it in plain JavaScript, but I kind of want to learn how things are done in the modern age. Yeah, WebGL, I'm not going to use WebGL directly. I'm thinking about using something like Pixie.js or Phaser or Third as a wrapper for WebGL. Well, thank you, Desk. Yeah, plain.js, I know enough about plain.js because it's almost the same in any programming language to how to do a for loop or a while loop or variables and functions. So I know enough to be able to help other people. Like I try to do that, but React, there's a whole lot of newer JavaScript. You know, some of it's not even in all browsers, so you have to have. Oh, thanks for the follow, Desk. You have to have polyfills for them, and there's a lot of stuff that Webpack does to transpile it. So it's all new stuff that I'd like to learn. Yeah, it runs faster, but you have to do a lot of stuff by hand. I don't know. I'm going with the flow a lot of different streamers use either Vue, Angular, or React, and so I tried Angular. I liked it, but then the problem is I'm learning the framework and TypeScript at the same time. So React was more attractive to me because it's still JavaScript. It's not such a leap to go from plain JavaScript to Angular. I mean, it's more of a leap to jump from plain JavaScript to Angular with TypeScript than it is to go to React with otherwise plain JavaScript. Although the argument's kind of weak because it's not plain JavaScript anymore. There's this JSX stuff. There's arrow functions. There's a lot of newer syntax. So my argument is kind of weak. I could easily be arguing for going to do everything in TypeScript. And there's TypeScript in React now too. Oh, cool. HTML5? Nice. Browser bugs are giving you headaches. Yeah, so the closer you work on the lower end of things, the more you're going to have problems, right? Where was I? Oh, I was going to do flexbox. So that's mostly in the CSS side, right? I was going to get rid of the float crap, and I had pulled this up for reference because I'm still learning it. I had pulled up Complete Guide to Flexbox. I read this once through, and that was several months ago, so I've now forgotten a lot of it. But I think this is the fundamental thing. I need the container to be display flex, so it's this one. And then instead of the floats, we do, what's the default direction? I might have set that to, yeah, okay, the default's left to right on a row, which is what we want. Right, the grow, this is how you adjust proportions. So instead of width, we would say flex grow. This is 1, and then this is maybe 3. Let me see what I get. Okay. Not bad so far. It's not doing the vertical sizing yet, though. Hmm. Okay, I think it's not growing in height because I had actually locked that somewhere here. Here, I locked it here. So what happens if I should be able to just say height 100% now, right? No. Oh, probably because the entire thing is only that tall, right? So if I inspect it, I'll probably see that. Close the console. Need to make it a little taller anyway, so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Oh, I think I need to look at it from the React point of view. Come on, just quit jumping. I was using the wrong tool, that's why. Yeah, because the parent is only that big. That also has to be 100% height, right? And flex on the outer app as well, maybe? Flex direction is it's left to right by default, right? Yeah. Row is default. So I'm just guessing that the entire app has to also be using flex, or actually, let me just try to have app main be height 100%. Nope. 100% or 100 view height. Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Only it's yeah, I need to make the whole what is it? Remove this? No. Um it's not that that's 100%, it's this is 100%? No, that's dumb. Almost there. It's just including it's not reserving space for that. Yeah, I could do that 100 VH minus that, but I was thinking maybe instead make it flex as well from this point. So display flex, and then the header. Oh no, the flex direction is column. There we go. That's what I want. Only the scroll bar kind of flaky there. The proportions aren't right here. I don't like that. Line. Hold on. You're saying line 3. VH percent? 100%? Actually, that can just be that, right? No. It is 100 VH, right? Because if I did 50, it would be half tall. 80, 100, right? Although I don't have a margin at the bottom. That's okay. I'll fix the margin later. Oh, yeah, I could do that too. Yeah, it is kind of fun. I'm actually not so interested in knowing the correct answer right away. I kind of like playing around with these and see what effects they have. I hope that doesn't bug you guys, that I'm just like dicking around with some of the settings to see what they do rather than always paying attention to what you're saying. I know you guys probably know the right answers. All right, so I wanted this ability here. Oh, I see. Wait a minute, maybe I don't. We want to see the issue you're dealing with. It's probably a lot more complicated than my issue since you're doing the video player in HTML5. But you can feel free to talk about it. All right, so this proportion isn't right. When it okay, I think it's the initial size. I think it's maybe the shrink is wrong. Do I just need to say shrink 1, shrink 3? No. Sure, you can link the test case, no problem. As long as it's not a naughty link. I might have to censor it, but if it's not a naughty link, go ahead. I think I may just need to stop and read this a little bit more closely here. Or maybe it was flex spaces. Ah, here we go. The default is auto. You like CSS grid better? How do I hold on? Yeah, okay, I'm opening this off screen. Oh, you click it to run the next test? What's the bug? Oh, there's a play button. Hold on, I'm gonna play it off screen. Huh, okay. I guess I would need to know what is it supposed to do. Oh, you're just looking at CPU utilization. Okay, hold on, I'll do that. Just let me play it all the way through to make sure there's no rickrolling going on here. Okay, here we go. Blur test. Performance. All right, here we go. Gonna do the blur test. Go. It's not too bad on the system. Oh, you wanted me to do it with Chrome. I can do that. Loop. Chrome. We're looking at Chrome now. Chrome. And go. So what's the bug you're seeing? Maybe it's only you. So I'm guessing you're seeing like 100% or something. Oh, the is that bar not supposed to lag? Should I be showing this with the performance? Record. Go. take a look at it. Oh yeah, look at that. It was busy, busy, busy all the time. I've only looked at this screen twice ever, so it looks to me like I'm getting 1 frame per second. Is that the issue? It's just taking a long time. And doing this text 2D image taking too long. Yeah, look at that. 200 milliseconds. I'm guessing that's the bug, right? Well, good luck with that. Although I think the tools that you can use to debug these are pretty sweet. Well, mine's, for some reason, mine's not taking, it wasn't taking much CPU, but it's only doing 1 frame per second, right? Huh, I don't know. Anyway, that sounds like a much more difficult problem than what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get the proportions right on this thing. Okay, here's some examples. Quick centering. Okay. Right alignment. Here we go. Huh, okay. I thought that's what I was doing when I set it to 3 here. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't use grow, though. What did they use? Just flex. Eh. I think I did remove the float stuff. Oh, no, I didn't. You're right. I thought I did. Maybe was that it? All along? No. It's really slow, too, because of the number of messages. Actually, I think it's what's slow is it's taking the server a long time to send us the text. How do you even web dev with C++? Are you doing everything from scratch? Yeah. So, guessing you're new here. Not Picrua. I can kind of give an overview of what I mean by C++ web dev. So, I started in June. I didn't really stream until late June, but it took me over the course of 70 streams. I have records on all of it. Actually, it looks like it was more like 55 or 60. I built my own web server from scratch. So out of all the different components, so that would be shown here. So made my own web server with a bunch of the different responsibilities broken down into different components. So most of these I developed on the stream. The system abstractions is an exception. I borrowed that from previous work. But I implemented Unicode, base64, hash functions, URI, JSON, parsing and generating message headers, the HTTP protocol, the WebSocket protocol, all these elements I kind of built up over the streams to make my own web server in C++ from scratch. And I decided that I needed to do something fun with it. So I'm like, you can make games multiplayer by hosting all the logic on a server and using the web APIs to talk to clients. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So where is it? The connections between servers and clients are all through using the, at least on the server end, the C++ code I wrote on stream. I'm not going to do the same thing on the client end. I'm just leveraging what you get with the browser. So the browser comes with WebSockets already implemented, and I don't need to do it. But all the C++ side, all the backend is stuff I'm trying to write. I'm trying to write most of it myself because that's what I've always done in the past. It's what I kind of like to do, sort of my area of expertise. What I did a lot at my last job, so yeah. Mscripton. I will check it out. So yeah, every day I keep a log here, and people's suggestions I try to paste in here to look afterwards. And if I get time to look at stuff, I'll type a follow up later. Web tracing framework, okay. Thank you for these suggestions. Let's just do a Google search. So with flex, set column proportions. There we go. I think it has to do with this free space. I think it's basis. That's what I'm not setting. Let's just, instead of doing grow, we'll do basis and see what I get. Yeah, that initial connection is taking a long time, isn't it? Or is it just completely empty now? Might be completely empty. I might have to actually have it grow as well as basis. Now, see, it's still, I want it to take up that much space when it's constrained. Maybe the number just needs to be much higher. What if I do something drastic like 10 to 1? Okay, that's better. See, it doesn't want to compress that. I guess that actually makes sense. Maybe that's what I want. It's not that I want it to grow at all. I want this one to grow. So this would be 0. Sorry, I had to cough. That little overlay is what I put up whenever I need to cough. Maybe I want to go with that and just have a margin in between. I think I might go with that, actually. And do I need these at all? Do I just need that? Yeah, I think that's all I really needed. So when that's 1, it kind of gets any free space, but I don't really need it to. Yeah. Yep, there's my game link again. I might have to get some water or wrap up soon because my voice is giving me trouble. Actually, I think these are these default margins or are those in my CSS? Oh, they're already in there. Okay. So actually, I could just do that, right? Boom. And if I wanted to put a margin there, that's not too hard. I would just say, probably belongs here, right? Margin left. Boom. That's one thing I really like about the React and the scripts you get with Create React App is you change the CSS and it is reflected immediately in your app. Cool. This is actually not too bad now. I can connect to any other instance and we'll see its log show up there. I might want to put a border around that always. That's not too hard, right? I just do a border 1. What's the syntax here? It's like 1 black or something, right? Maybe not. Okay, I'll look it up. CSS border. What's one M? An M is the width of a capital M, I think. Does it need a unit? So like 3 pixels? Is that what I'm missing? Nope. Isn't it like solid or something you need? There we go. That's what I needed. So what does it if I leave the unit off? Yeah. Can't leave the unit off. 3 is maybe too much. I like blue. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I need to play around more to pretty this up quite a bit, right? And the spacing here is all weird. Oh yeah, you want to know about the system crashes? So that was an interesting experience. It turns out that from all the analysis I did, when I bought my motherboard and my CPU, the motherboard was slightly older than the CPU, and the firmware on the motherboard was also older. It turns out that the firmware on the motherboard didn't know how to deal with the exact version of CPU I had, and so it was causing occasional hardware faults. And those hardware faults were what's the word? They were happening at times when I would do certain things like run the debugger, and so I was like, there must be some bug in the debugger that when I run it a certain way, it causes a blue screen, right? But it was just a coincidence. That's the word, coincidence. So I tracked it down eventually by looking at the I grabbed a crash dump from a blue screen, you know, when your computer completely crashes, and I disassembled it using the tools that you can get from Microsoft. And it talked about a hardware monitor exception, and then I searched that, and I found someone else had the same problem, and it was due to a problem with the firmware on the motherboard. Updated the firmware, problem went away, hasn't come back since. So I always tell people now, if you see if your computer crashes randomly, make sure you're running the latest firmware on your motherboard. Because I'm one known case of where that was the culprit. It wasn't the hard drive, it wasn't the memory, it was the firmware on the motherboard. All right. I've been looking at this far too long. It actually looks a lot nicer than it did only like a few hours ago. Probably time to check it in, right? Then I got to figure out what I'm going to do next. Okay, did I need all of this? Yes, this was to make it fill to fill all the height, because by default it doesn't do that. This one is to adjust the margin. I should just I should just check these in separately. So this change here was this is all admin console. Add bottom margin. And then what else did I do? This one was to let's put that in the clipboard. Have app fill all vertical space in window. Could use some margins and paddings. Yeah, I'll pretty it up. Maybe I'll work on that next. I haven't decided. This is all together, right? Except for the border. Checking the border separately. And a nice blue border to the log. This is separate too. Add a margin between log and the control area on the left. Right, and then all this goes together. Is use flexbox to auto size the log. Well, auto size everything. Auto size all. Auto size the main app elements. There we go. All right, and then in the code, I actually didn't need that line, right? So let me unstage that line and then Control J that one out. So it's gone back. Right, so we're using cell measure to fix the overdraw issue. Is this all overdraw? No, they aren't all the same change. Let me check in the overdraw issue stuff first. That's not the over, no, that is. That's not. Nope, none of that is. Okay, that's different. Right, here's overdraw stuff. All this hunk? I think it is not. Just these lines. Cool. Okay, so this is fix overdraw issue. Actually, to really fix it, I needed to include this listener, right? And it's not completely done. I need to have that written down to improve that later. Yes. Well, alongside that, try to improve performance of size changes. I'll look into that. That might be a hopeless cause, but we'll see. This, clear the cache. Right, fix overdraw issue. Use cell measure with cell measure cache to measure log row heights, allowing them to wrap without overdrawing the row below. I'll register window size, change event listener to clear the cell measure cache to force all row heights to be remeasured. And that's about it, right? Commit that guy. Okay. And then I guess we'll do the auto connect stuff next. So whenever the realm or instance selection changes, we auto connect. I really didn't need to pull that out actually in the end, did I? It's actually easier to read though. I'll keep it. All right, and then the auto connect itself. Okay. Yeah, I like to break up changes by the reason for the change. So I had forgotten to do that as I was working. I should do a commit every time I fixed one thing and moving on. I just forgot today. So now when I'm making commits, I'm having to stage different pieces of the changes separately. So this is automatically connect or reconnect when let's just make that the body. When server selection is changed or when the configuration is loaded. Reset. Okay. Server auto connection. Okay. There's some miscellaneous things here. This is fixing a warning. So avoid browser warning about missing default case and switch. Still have that in the clipboard? I do. There we go. I'd like to keep it within the width of that. This is fixing a bug that was happening because connections and disconnections are asynchronous. Okay, let me check this one in. This is a miscellaneous, remove dead code. And this one all fits together, right? This is all... Yeah. Fix issues with connect, disconnect, synchronization. So, on disconnect should only what? I wonder if I still need that actually. Let me see what happens when I remove those lines. I don't actually think I need that. I think I thought I needed it, but it should actually not be null now when we get in here. Let me try that and see what happens. No, it still happens. Why is that happening? I thought it should never get a null socket. Oh, well, we can guard it here. And maybe it won't happen? Okay, that's what it is, right? Wow. That's from loading all those messages from the server. So I need to batch those, I think. Okay, so cool. It's all working. And if I disconnect, it stays disconnected, right? No, it reconnects if I pick a different server. All right. Well, we'll check that in. Disconnect. Should only close and detach the socket from the instance if it matches its if the socket matches, if the socket attached to the instance matches its argument. Three hours, 19 minutes. I have to take a short bio break in a minute. I just want to check this in. That was essentially it, right? Oh, well, we should, that's essentially it. Oh, well, I guess we can see there's that other change I just made. Only disconnect the socket if it's already connected. Right? Okay. Short bio break, all right? I'll be back in a minute or two. So be right back. Hello, I am back. Okay, and I need to, well, I don't need to. I'm going to push that sequence of commits I just made and make sure I didn't miss anything. But I think now we're in bonus time for my plan. Yeah, so we did all of this today. Fix the random number generator in the Raft algorithm, fix this memory leak in WebSocket. We have an auto connect if we change our selection. Cleaned up the log a little bit. It handles the line wrapping okay. It's maybe not optimal. And we did the flexbox stuff to resize stuff. So we're in good shape. How do you run C++ code on server? Does it collect the project from repo and compile it? No. What I do, it's pretty simple. I just build it locally. So like anyone would build a C++ program. I use CMake and I have plugins for or extensions I use from in VS Code to build with CMake and the C++ tools. And then if I'm testing, I run it locally. So I have a script. Actually, there's two scripts. I like to copy the executable somewhere else so that I can continue working on building the program while it's running in the background. So I'll have this staging thing. It just copies over the configuration, some SSL keys, and then the executable to a staging area. And then to serve it, I just run it in that staging area. And basically it. Now, if I'm going to run it on the cloud, really, like, when you think about it, a cloud computing farm is really just a group of virtual machines. So I would need to deploy the program there. So on the very first time I put it on the real server, it'll be, I got to do a file transfer of all the code files up to the server, right? And then I got to log into the server and either set it up to set up my orchestrator to run as a service in systemd, or just run it, very first time. And from then on, what I'm hoping to do is build into the protocol between client and server the ability to upload new versions of the code. And it'll be the same kind of thing where the upload area that I upload the new server code to will be in a different directory from where it's running, which is the stage, right? And I'll probably use the orchestrator as a way to tell each server to stop, and then it'll copy the executable over and then start it up again. So every instance of the server will have to have its own different working directory. You'll shut the server down. You'll then copy the code over and then start it back up again. So it's not automatic. The where the source code is, it's completely separate. I pull it down from GitHub and Bitbucket. I build it, and then I have to either run it locally or I have to upload it to the cloud. Either through, like I said, through the way you can move files already into Amazon Web Services or other cloud stuff, or what I eventually want is to build it into the client server protocol, a way to upload new code files. I suppose I could make it part of the build tools, that whenever I build it, it would auto deploy, but we'll see. We might be doing that. So I hope I addressed the question. Let me know if you still have any questions, or if I didn't answer that well. I believe that these re-elections happening are that the code right now is running unoptimized. It's the debug build, and the timeouts are pretty aggressive. They're like 1/10 of a second, and I think each time my admin console connects to one of these servers, there's a chance that the server could be slowed down to where it's missing the, yes, that happened just there. And you actually could see the term changed and the leader changed when that happened. So we're slowing down the leader enough that, or follower, that it's causing a timeout. And the new election gets started. I guess what I could work on next is improving the speed of this. I'm pretty sure that's because it's taking a lot of messages. If I look at the dev tools here, and I look at network, and where is it? Find the WebSocket. Oh, let's just load it again. There we go. You can see there's a large number of messages it's sending. It's sending each diagnostic message individually. But we could do it in one send if we did it as a batch. You know, the other thing I'm noticing is we are not including any kind of key. Actually, I guess that's okay. I might include a key in each message so that you would know if you were missing messages. Like, so at the top of the log, it might say something like starting with message 700, so you know that the log has already rotated through and dropped 700 messages. I guess I don't really need that right now. Why is this? Oh, that's the length. Okay, and then what is this? Time, okay. Actually, I kind of want to see that. Yeah, so you can see the times add up. It took from 57.8 to 58.5, so almost 7/10 of a second to transmit just those numbers of messages. Each one being a single message. I want to see how quick it can be if I just send them in a batch. Yeah, so let's try that. So we'll do the backend first. Backend, C++, yay! The coordinator is the component whose job it is to distribute the log, so that's here. And where did I put it? I think it was this report diagnostic message. Right, so it will put each log message into this client log buffer. And here's also where it does the log rotation. When it reaches a certain maximum number of messages, it will start popping from the front of this double-ended queue. All right, so here's the loop when we subscribe. So the idea, I think, is instead of doing a loop, instead of having a send text inside the loop, we'll move it out of the loop, and instead we'll build up a single message, which is a batch. Hopefully it doesn't get too big. We'll see. So I'm doing test-driven development, which means I need to make a test that represents this. Oh, and I forgot to write that test. I need to do that. But let's do this first. So kind of like this, I guess. We'll take this test case and duplicate it and then change the copy. So this test case will be client gets a batch of messages when it subscribes. All right. So the arrange is we're going to get ready to subscribe. This is setting up the callback when we receive a message. And here we send our identification. That's actually the act, isn't it? No, the act is subscribing, right? Right, so the previous test I copied from would log one message, then they subscribe, and then we log a second, and we make sure we get both. So instead, we will log both of them first. So we log the first message and the second message, then we subscribe. Then we should get back one message, which is a conglomerate, or a collection, right? So it would be not, okay, it's still a vector, but the value will be a JSON array with the first and the message in it, right? Actually, no, hold on. A JSON object around it. And the first element, we need type. Let's call it diag batch. And we'll have batch be the array. Okay, so test should build, and we expect the test to fail because I haven't written the code to make the test pass. That's the essence of test-driven development. So that's realm server tests. So it fails. We expect this message, and instead we get back this. And too bad it doesn't pretty print this, but it's basically giving us two messages instead of one larger message. So let's fix that. Coordinator, here we go. There's the code, right? So we'll build the auto batch message JSON object type diag batch and then batch is an empty JSON array. Let me do that. No, I gotta have an empty array. All right, it's my own class that I wrote, so I really should have a a constructor that takes no arguments, but I don't. Okay, so let's now get a reference to the batch. That's batch message batch. Now we can move the send out. And we're going to send JSON, no, well really, it's the batch message to encoding with no options. And we don't want the encoded message. We'll have just a message. How about we'll call it log message as JSON. Make JSON diagnostic log message. Okay, and then we'll say batch dot batch dot add, right? Log message as JSON. You can see I'm kind of coding things backwards. I did the test first, and then it did the code that sort of assumed we had that. Now we have to actually make that thing. Make encoded, so it's similar to that. Only it's going to return a JSON object. Or JSON value, I mean. But it's going to take the same arguments. And actually have one method use the other. It's really sort of a dividing of concerns here. So it's this is what we return, really. Oh, I didn't have to write the word return at all. We just do that. And then this is that dot encoding. Okay. So this returns the JSON equivalent, the given, yeah, here we go. Put into JSON. Make the JSON equivalent. Okay, good. Good. So we use it from two places, there and there. The reason why we keep this one around is we still use it when a new message comes in here. So, yeah. So that should make the code pass. Now the backend work is done. Now I have to, if assuming this passes, the backend work is done, and I just need to do the front end work. No, not done. Oh, right. We broke the other test too. Huh. So it appended it in the wrong place. Did I add in the wrong place? This should. Oh, wait a minute. No, that should have worked. Why did it do that? Huh. Oh, is add not the right function to call? No, it works with an array. It inserts it on the end. Okay. Why didn't that? Okay, I'm gonna single step through it and see why. Again, whenever I don't understand what's going on and I can't figure it out just by looking for a minute or two, I run it in the debugger. So this is Realm server tests. Just to make sure I don't have any filters set. Okay, we're good. And run that bad boy. It never hit that line. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Did I not build it? I built it. I don't understand. Why are we not hitting that? Okay, that's odd. Weird stuff is happening now. It's like locked up now. What's going on? Ooh, I have a deadlock. This shouldn't actually happen. Okay, it's sending a message. What? Oh, is the other thread receiving a message? No, it's closing. Oh, and on close, it tries to send something. Wait a minute. Why is it blocked? Oh, it's turning around and doing it synchronously. Hmm. See, these kinds of kinds of deadlocks that happen because of timing are difficult to find out. Um, yeah, they're difficult to find out. They're difficult to make it happen. So when it does happen, I'd like to see why it happened. So this thread down here is the coordinator's worker thread. And at some point it said, hey, I've just connected to another server. Let me send it a message. Excuse me, sorry. Dang cold. Okay, so it's asked the WebSocket, please send a message. The WebSocket says, fine, we're going to send something. Since it's in the test framework, it comes around and ends up talking to another WebSocket. Another WebSocket's now receiving that message, so that message is all encoded. Right, so it received the data, now it's processing any callbacks that have to happen. And so it gets blocked there because in the other thread, it may be that the two WebSockets are bumping into each other. And the other thread is the main thread of the program. It's closing the socket. And in close, it's trying to send a goodbye message. And then that is calling the other WebSocket to receive the goodbye message. Okay, so they're blocking each other, I think. Why is that though? Oh, because it locks it there. Oh, okay. Excuse me. So yeah, I think the bug is that we shouldn't. Hold on, let me think about this. So I think it's because the two WebSockets are in the same process. So they've deadlocked each other. Have you done other large-scale game projects before? I haven't done large-scale game projects before, but I've done large-scale projects in my last job. And I'd say at the point where I am in the game so far, where I'm just setting things up, it's pretty much the same kind of work. But as this thing evolves and I start to do more game aspects, it's going to be more and more new to me. And when I say I've done large-scale projects before, that doesn't mean I'm an expert. Like you see me right now, I'm struggling trying to find out why I'm getting two threads deadlocking each other. Deadlock. This happens in larger scale projects where you have lots of components and each components have data they need to make safe from asynchronous calls, like this, like is the case here, and so you run into deadlocks if you're not a pro at large scale project design. I know very few people who are pros at this. I think we all just kind of end up running into problems like deadlocks like this and other kinds of bugs that you see more and more when you try to integrate things together, and we just have to learn from it and avoid it in the future. If I can get to the bottom of why this is happening, then I'll add it to my list of things to avoid doing in the future. I think it has to do. Hold on. I think it has to do with this assumption that this connection, which is right now mocked, does this asynchronously. Actually, I guess that is that's a valid assumption. It is asynchronous, right? It's supposed to be asynchronous. The fact is that the test framework is not asynchronous. So really to fix this the right way, the mock has to behave the same way as the real connection object, and send data should be asynchronous. It shouldn't call the callback right away. It should be putting this into a queue, and then some worker thread should be pulling out of the queue and calling the delegate. So let me do this later. You're finally back home. Welcome home, playing with scissors. I just found a deadlock in a test framework object, and I'm going to write down fix deadlock, and this is the coordinator test. Mocked connections should handle send data asynchronously. Otherwise, it can cause deadlocks in WebSocket. let me fix that later. This was just something I coincidentally ran into while testing something else. What was I testing in the first place? Okay, now it's happening. I don't know why it wasn't happening before. All right. The deadlock kind of threw me off. Okay, so what's going on here? I think the problem I was seeing... Oh, wait. Is the buffer empty? Oh, because we're in the wrong test. We're in just the subscribes to log test. Now what test are we in? Yeah, I expected that to... Actually, that didn't fail the way I thought it would. Oh no, it did. I see why it's failing. It started out as empty, and then it got a message. Right. That's actually kind of correct. Only I need to change the... Right, I need to change the test expectation. Actually, hold on. Didn't that one was supposed to have something in the client log buffer, but it was empty. I'm suspicious of this. I wonder if it's timing related. Coding is complicated if you want to fix bugs. Yeah, so that's why I try to fix bugs before I integrate things. The moment you start integrating components together, it gets an order of magnitude more difficult. So I'm trying to isolate bugs so that it's just in one component. And the deadlock I just ran into was integrating two components, right? Integrating WebSocket with my mocked connection. So it's more difficult. Here, these bugs, I isolated to just this coordinator component. So it's not so bad. Yeah, this message ought to be in this batch. I need to change the expectations to the test, though, don't I? No. Oh, thanks for the follow, Subconics. Actually, it should have gone all in the batch. This shouldn't have happened. So let me look at this. 1964 in the unit tests. Yeah, because we... Oh, wait. This is asynchronous, isn't it? Yeah. Right, okay. I know what I did wrong. After doing that, we have to tell it to run one loop. Wait for at least one worker thread loop. Then we subscribe. And I think then after that, we're waiting until we get... What? Okay, we're waiting for the wrong thing, maybe. Yeah, we only want one. Expect one message. Okay, good. Let's try it out. Still failing. Okay, so it's not getting into the array. Kind of not sure why. Let me just run this one test in the debugger. Well, I got one problem, but there's not another problem. Just my luck. Okay, so filter that. Now, let's see. Yeah, that's exactly where I want it to be. So now if I look at client log buffer, there's no messages. Why? Should have gotten in there. What's going on? Interesting. There's no stack trace to that on that thread. Wonder what happened. Let me put a breakpoint when they actually happen here. And we'll restart. Restart is that one. There we go. Okay, there's the first message from Mom. Second message from Pepe. And it's gone. What happened? Did it not get queued in the first place? Oh, thanks for the bits, Sourcefy. They're always so nice and generous. You don't have to do that, you know. And you really shouldn't cheer until I fix it. Did you just get here? Or have you been lurking for a while? I know, I will put a breakpoint here too. So go again. Okay, here is where it should have put it into the, yeah, client log buffer. Oh, it popped it already? Ah, okay. It's being rotated out of the log because I never set that in the test framework. It's 0. Okay, this is why the debugger's handy. It's like catches things you didn't think of. All right. So the problem is in the tests, I did not configure the maximum number of log messages it can have. Where's the configuration? Here it is. So it's here. That has to be some number. I don't know. 5. That'll probably fix it. Just listening. Okay, cool. Let's see it pass now. Yay! We're down to 1 failure. This failure I know why. Because I never updated the expectation. So the expectation for that one was we should have gotten... Oh, that's not even correct. We should have gotten 1 message in the batch and then 1 outside of it. Why is that? Oh, probably because I didn't do the wait. Yeah, that was a mistake from earlier anyway. After we generate our diagnostic message, since it's asynchronous, we need to wait 1 loop. Right there. And if it's hard to follow along, it's because you haven't watched all 200 or 300 hours of this along with me, and you're missing a lot. And I apologize for that. If I start to go too fast and you really get lost, you can always stop me and ask me to explain things. So yeah, the expectation isn't right. I never updated this. Message from Pepe, yes, and from your mom, and my mom, and everyone's mom, saying, please call more often. Just test messages. Okay, so yeah, the expectation isn't that we receive them separately. The first one will be in a batch. So it'll be a JSON object that looks... It has that in there somewhere, but it'll have a type of diag batch, and then it'll have a batch of JSON array in which we'll have the 1 log message. That's the correct expectation, I think. Yeah, okay, what did I do wrong here? And I have the right number of parentheses. Yeah, I forgot bracket. There we go. Okay, see this work. Yay! Back end works. Now let's fix the front end. So, well, let's launch the servers and we'll see interesting things happen. So kill the servers, restage, and relaunch. Okay, cool. Now we'll go to the front end. Now when it logs in, it's not going to see the log messages that came before. If we look for it, we'll see that it's there. But our front end doesn't know how to handle a a type batch, diag batch yet. But here's the batch. So we see it had 6 messages in it. So the 6 messages that came before this client logged in now arrive in 1 message as a batch. And we just need to handle that in the front end. So here's maybe the more easy part. Front end, once you get stuff working in the front end, I think it generally becomes easier. So we just need to go to where we receive a message here. And then we'll add a new case. Case diag batch. It's a batch of diagnostic messages. The idea here is that it will have... Oh, where did it go? Here it is. So it'll have with it a batch, and inside the batch will be an array of the things that we want to put into this log. So actually this would be easy if I knew the syntax. What I want to do, maybe someone can help me with this, or I'll look it up, is I want to append to the log multiple objects. So not just one message, but multiple messages. I guess I can do this one step at a time here. I guess it would be expand messages, and let me pull messages out. Messages would be this, no, message dot batch. Wait for one, oh, that's a good question. What does wait for at least one worker do? It is a test hook. I'll explain. So back down here when we were queuing up 2 messages to report to the front end, these are asynchronous. So but I need them to be posted to the buffer before we subscribe, because that's the whole thing that we're testing. We'll only get them back as a batch if they were already in the buffer before we subscribe. So this is a test hook that says block this thread until the coordinator actually runs one loop of its worker thread, because I happen to know that in the worker thread, the last thing it does in the loop is it processes the queued actions to report diagnostic message. So this calls queued deferred action. So this thing that actually is pushing into the log buffer is being packaged up as a thing to do. So it's put into this deferred action queue. And the thing that actually calls it is here at the bottom of the worker thread loop. It pulls it out and then calls it. So this is where the client log buffer will actually be filled right at the end of the worker thread loop. So that wait for at least one worker loop does a wait on a future. Future is called worker loop condition. The future and promise are like a pair that go together. The promise is the sender end and the future is the receiver end. So what we do here is we set up a promise, the sender end, and then we get the future side of it, and then we release the mutex that is shared with the worker thread, and then we wait on the future. And what the worker thread does on its end is at the top of the worker thread loop, okay, this is actually not right. It's not that it makes a promise. This is a misnomer. It should be check if worker thread loop promise was made. So if the main thread is waiting for one worker thread loop to happen, then this will be set to true, and at the end it'll actually set the promise. So that guarantees that the 2 things, that not only will it block until we get to this point, so it'll make sure that all this has happened, it also, if we happen to set the promise in the middle of the loop, it'll go one more full loop. So it guarantees it runs one full loop before it signals that it's done. So I hope that made sense. Buffering like crazy? My end looks good. I have not dropped any frames recently. It says 39 dropped frames, but I don't know when those 39 happened. Sorry, playing with scissors. It might be your end, or it might be Twitch. I don't know. Other people having buffering issues? I don't know. So, hi Hideo. Don't use this state in set state. Okay, I thought I avoided that. Stream is fine. Okay. Anyway, Subconics, I hope that it made sense about what wait one worker thread loop does. It's just making sure that from the test perspective, what we expect to happen will happen before we continue. If I didn't do that, then this send text might beat the worker thread, and happen first, which would mean that we don't get the diagnostic messages in the initial batch. We get them as messages later. Okay, so Hideo, I didn't think I'd use this state in set state, but maybe I did. Oh, you're right, I did. So I'm supposed to use previous state, yeah. So it's with, okay, we'll do that. I'll fix that. So it's previous state. We'll go through and fix that. It's so tempting to use this state, though. It would be previous, no. How come it's graying that guy out? Is it because the syntax isn't right? I mean, I'm looking at your thing. Is it because of the... Oh, wait a minute. Is it because I have to have a return here? Extra parentheses, or a return, I guess? I'm assuming I could have also turned that into return. Or wait a minute, no, that wouldn't quite work, right? Parentheses to make it yield that value as the product of the lambda, right? Okay. You can tell how new I am at JavaScript when you see me really slow down and struggle when I switch from the back end to the front end. Okay, same thing here, right? Previous state. I mean, so the concepts are familiar, but the syntax is one issue for me, but also it's not completely obvious to me when things are executed. Like what really tricked me up earlier this stream was this on disconnect here, that I had to do that. I had that before, and probably if you know React and JavaScript, it's obvious to you. The problem here is that when this is rendered, since this is a function call, it's going to do this right when it's rendered, not when I actually click the button. That tripped me up. This is the solution because when this is evaluated, we're not actually making that function call right away. We're just making a closure that when we call it later on click, then it will call that. And that kind of it not being obvious when things are executed in JavaScript is what's tripping me up the most, as well as the syntax difference. And I totally lost my place. Okay, oh, yeah, it was here. I need to use previous state, don't I? This should be messages. I'm assuming this will work. That that flattens the array to fit into that, but I could be wrong. Yeah. You can put there this.handler without executing. I think I see what you mean. I kind of like the arrow functions though. They remind me of C++ lambda expressions. Okay, now let me search for if I did that anywhere else. Nope. Oh, wait, hold on with that. Okay, that's the one I just did. I think I'm good everywhere else. Thank you for keeping me honest today. Okay, let's try this out. So now we should get the batch, the log as a batch, right? Oh, look at that. It actually was happening for us in the background. So if I were to look, you know what I really don't like though, is I don't know which socket to look at. I guess it's that one. Here it is. So we got a huge batch of messages. 45 messages. And then 4 additional ones when we connected. So it works. Yay. So now I'm hoping that this made it faster to get the initial log. Actually, I think it did. So as I do this, I'm generating more log messages. Actually, one thing I'd like to put in here for testing purposes is like a little input and then a button to like make a pretend log message happen, so I can just keep hitting it and you know, artificially inflate the log for testing purposes. Cool, it's loading a lot faster, and I could probably see the batches are getting larger and larger. It's kind of hard to see here. I want to see the one that's latest. Here we go. That doesn't look that long. I'm probably looking at the wrong one. What if I refresh this? And then I look at it. Which one is which? This one. There we go. So it's 8,215 characters now. And we're getting 70 messages in the batch. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, this also maybe a couple questions came up earlier in the stream about how the back end and front end communicate, and how am I doing the server stuff in C++? It's that although in this front end JavaScript side, as you might know, there's a built-in class called WebSocket. On the server side, I did everything from scratch. So everything that's Java stuff it gives you for free, I did it in C++ on the server end. And as long as both ends obey the same protocol, we're able to exchange messages, and it's working. So here are the messages we're sending from the front end, and here are the messages we get back from the back end. And I really like WebSocket because of this bidirectional asynchronous nature, that we didn't have to make another request every time a new message was generated. We didn't even have to know a new message was available. The server just sends it to us as long as we keep this WebSocket open. And also that if you do something like you choose JSON for the message format, that in Chrome developer tools, it's really easy to pull things out and take a look at them. It's really nice. I like it. Almost as good as beer. I'm on water right now. Almost as good as water for me. Okay, so actually we're in bonus time. I don't know how much longer I want to stream though. Past 4 hours, so... Actually, the recalculation of the heights doesn't seem to be too bad. Actually, you know, if I was really curious, I could do this. And just say, start recording. Now do a bunch of resizes. Now stop. See how bad it really is. Okay, it's not great. But I don't really need... I'm not going to be resizing the window that often. So this... What is this whole time period? This is the whole frame. It's not too bad. 43 frames per second. You know what I'm kind of looking for here? It would be nice to see the frame rate as it's drawn here. I can see it if I hover over these. Is there a way with this to see the frame rate? What if I open this down? I can visually see when I get a longer frame, I guess. To get a huge performance boost when starting to split into components. For the moment, every line's re-render when adding one entry. Oh, really? That's what I was trying to avoid. But it's not because I'm not using components? Well, like I keep going back to in my mind, the order of operations here is get it to work, get it right, and then make it fast. So I'm happy that I got it to work. Oh, thanks for following, friends P. Hope I said your name right. I really liked the tools that Chrome developer stuff comes with. And the plugins like the React stuff is really useful. Like I can look at the state and I can see all the log entries are there. Right. On the console at the bottom, 3 dots to the left of the header. Oh, there is. I need to go back to performance, right? And you said the 3 dots at the left of the header. Oh, hold on. I'm confused. Console. Right, we're on the console. I'm confused. Console at the bottom, 3 dots at the left of the header, the bottom part, rendering FPS. I see the 3 dots. Oh, rendering. Okay, got it. FPS meter. Ah, thank you. Very useful. And that goes even when I am recording, right? It's going now. It doesn't look that bad. Or is it only... Okay, maybe I'm confused. It's highlighting what I re-rendered. So it's only showing me information about this, you're saying? Oh, it is live. Okay, so I can completely close this if I want. Oops. Can't close it. Turn it back on. Okay. I can close some of this stuff, right? Oh, right. It's not constantly re-rendering. It's rendering whenever I do stuff like that. So the performance is not bad at all. Like, to me, anything above 20 FPS when I'm doing resize is like way more than I need. I really do need to load it with like 1,000 messages though. That would be the real test. I'll do that later. Thanks, Hideo. Learning a lot from you. Okay. React Core community is pushing... The React Core team is pushing community to use functional components with hooks that you can use memo function. Yeah. So that's on my list to learn. Memoization in JavaScript and the components with hooks. But it's not crucial to get this working. It's just maybe to make it work right or fast. I still see some hiccups with the scroll bar. You see that? I'm wondering if it's just a bug in React virtualized. It hiccups for a bit until I guess it's done re-rendering, recalculating the sizes of things. Like that. I can live with that though. Until I learn more. Cool. All right. Actually, I wanted to test what happens when I'm at the bottom and I kill the leader. Or let's kill, we're connected to 1, the leader's 2. Let's kill 2. Actually, I don't know which is which. Let's kill one at random. Let's kill this guy. Boom. Actually, I'm not sure what that did because I saw a couple things happen there. Let's kill another process and see what happens. Okay, that killed the one I was talking to. We should probably handle reconnection if we lose it, right? Let me put that on the list. Handle reconnecting if we lose the connection because the server crashed. Server went down. Well, we'll need that for the real client anyway. That'll be important. Okay, I think I was talking to 2, right? Oh, but 2 died. Doesn't really matter who we talk to now. Let's keep killing them, see what happens. Not the orchestrator. Oh, again, I killed the one I was talking to. Keep killing the one I'm talking to. Stop doing that. Pick a different one. I paid more attention. Okay, this one I didn't kill last time. Cool. All right. It's not printing all the diagnostic messages because I turned them up to level 3 only, and so we're not seeing the leader elections. I think that was level 2. I need to add that to my list though. I want to be able to control log levels from here. Add ability to control log levels from the admin console. Yeah. Because I envision how I will probably end up using this is I'll be logging into a server and I want to know what's going on and I'll want to like raise the log threshold and start seeing them appear. Log level slider, yeah. I'll be okay with it with a number. Stream suddenly got very dark. Oh, you mean killing? I should make a different word. How about stopping? Stopping servers. Oh, are you using React Virtualize also, Hideo? It's probably the way I'm dealing with the resizes. I don't know if you're here for that, but you see how it's recalculating the heights? For me, it wasn't doing that unless I put in a hack for now. I have an event listener on resize that clears the cache. Watch what happens if I don't do that. Now, look, see that happen? It doesn't know to recalculate the heights of those lines. So I haven't yet found a clever way. You probably know, but I haven't found a clever way to tell it that the heights may have changed, other than by brute force clearing the cache whenever the window size changes, which is a horrible hack. So you don't have to tell me. If you happen to know, that'd be great. But otherwise, I'll research it. When I research things myself, I also learn a bit more because of the other information that I see at the same time. So I'm wondering if it has to do with what I'm brute force clearing the cache. Maybe that's getting it confused and causing that jump. Or it could be just the way I have this wired up. How did I wire it up? Right. Innermost, there's the list is using the row height from the cache and using a deferred measurement cache. And then there's a cell measure in each row, which is caching into that same cache. And then the cache itself is a cell measure cache. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but maybe I'll figure it out. Oh, my chair is sort of disappearing now. The lighting is not so good in the afternoon here. I can dial it down a little bit. It's gonna be a little blue on my right. We'll live with some blueness. Yeah. Key mapper. Oh, maybe. I think all I do have keys for them. Let me verify. React, yes, and we select an item. Yeah, they all have keys. So if I scroll down, the keys don't change. So you would think that they would not need to be re-rendered just because I scrolled. What happens? Yeah, I mean the keys don't change, but the only thing that should be changing here is the height. The cell measure, if it's smart enough to recalculate it, that might change, and also then that causes the total size to change. What do you think about C? Started from this, is it good? Or maybe shift to C++? I think C is a good solid language to learn, especially if you're going to end up in C++, because C++ stands on the shoulders of C. So, yeah. I would encourage that. Learn C first, then C++. Sounds good to me. The key is an ID, and your cache needs to know it too with key mapper. Let me, that might help guide my searches later. Let me grab your messages. Actually, is there a way to copy multiple messages? I guess I clicked on your name, and then I'm going to see what happens if I paste text only. I lost the brackets. I gotta click on each message individually, I guess. There we go. Yeah, thanks for that. I'll be looking back at that when I'm studying this later. But maybe I should move on for now. We were in. Oh, I was going to check in the code that I might have changed. Yes. Right. So this was all about batching diagnostic messages. This was important because we were accidentally rotating the log, which I need to have tests for. Let me put a note for that. Test log rotation. Hi there again, Sangren 3D. What's that? Excalibur soft? Well, Excalibur, if you're asking about what the name, it's just a random name I picked for the context of me streaming what I used to do just on my own as a hobby. So I needed some name to give the notebook and for when I uploaded to YouTube for the playlist. So I didn't have any better name at the time. If I were to do it now, I would just pick Omnia Radiant since that's the name of the game. Okay, see ya, Jubs of Unofficial. Have a good night. So yeah, Excalibur doesn't really mean anything. It's just a placeholder for all this stuff. It's a bunch. Right. So this is all about batching. This is really the coordinator and admin console. Batch buffered diagnostic messages. Right. When admin first subscribes to diag messages, send all buffered messages in one shot as a batch. That's it. Okay, I guess this is also a bug fix. Also fix a bug in the previous test where a test framework didn't ensure the coordinator buffered a message before trying to subscribe. That's maybe one class of bugs that plagues me a lot these days is race conditions, because I have a lot of asynchronous stuff and I think I still have bad habits in coding asynchronously or coding asynchronous functions. Oh, I don't like pushing from there. Yeah, I should probably wrap things up since I'm way over time, right? 4.5 hours. This is probably a good stopping point. So I don't yet know what I'm going to work on tomorrow, but it'll probably be some combination of more improvements to the admin console and maybe some more log improvements. And at some point I'm going to transition from starting this admin console up to actually doing game stuff. So hopefully get to that soon. Bonus time. Yeah, we're on bonus time. I'm way over. So I think tomorrow it's going to be either more of this stuff or I might get into... Oh, no, it'll probably be more of this stuff. So if this stuff wasn't that interesting to you, I don't mind if you skip a stream or two. I want to get this console in good shape so that I can use it to control my server cluster when I start adding more to it. I'm trying to build up the tools along with the framework so that I don't get into a situation where I don't have visibility into problems. You now have eyeglasses. Awesome. Hopefully that's an improvement. So yeah, unfortunately I'm wrapping up now. And yeah, if you like what you saw today, please come back. I try to stream from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. And if you have questions or you want to know when I'm streaming next, I have a Discord stream, is it Discord server, and there's an announcements channel there. I try to post before I go online, and I also try to set up the plan so you can glance at the plan, and if it's not something you're interested in, then you don't have to tune in. And also, if you wanted to see previous streams, for example, like I always like to use this as an example, like hash functions. You might want to know how do you write an HMAC or SHA-256. I did this from scratch. Well, not from scratch, but I did it from the pseudocode available from Wikipedia. If you're interested in that, you would look up stream 67 on my YouTube channel. So there's that. And if you miss a stream, you can always either look, if it's not on the VOD list anymore, because it's only survives for a couple weeks, you can go to the YouTube channel for that too. So I'm just going to glance off stream right now to see who we can kind of, oh, that's the wrong window. Who we can host. I can introduce you guys to someone who you may or may not have seen before. Okay, we have a few choices. So maybe Siege games? So Siege games, let me grab this link. And I'm just going to peek at what he's doing. Oh, this looks interesting. He's not working on his usual stuff. He's the dev behind the game Kreia. It looks like today he's working on Final Fantasy XI private server dev. This looks interesting. Oh, I think I've seen him work on this before. So here's his link. We'll go host Siege games. So if you guys enjoyed, and if so, see you tomorrow. Thanks again.